just gotta wait until everyone would show up. We'll start at 6 o'clock, so we're a little bit early. We just have to It might be a little noisy though, but
This is the dispatcher. We'll be ready at 17:30. Over. Yes, sir. Stand by. Out.
that actually feels a little bit different without with the. Let's see what's in the chat. Um, if anyone could hear it clearly, I mean, I'm trying to go check it out right now. All right, I'll see if I could actually try to read out loud though, because all right. And then we could begin the story. Maybe I should try to do Thomas a bit though, because this one's a little noisy. If so, I mean, unless I actually would read out loud though. Oh, there. look like it's. Mm-hmm. There. Okay. There. Oh. Hey. How very funny. Alright. I'm just waiting for like till Hellfire gets here. Oh yeah, I gotta eat my breakfast too. Oh dear. Something went wrong. Okay. All right. I got myself my coffee, and then we'll begin. Let's hope that this battery's just charging. And then, I'll just put the more quieter train. Because my Union Pacific's kind of noisy. Classic British locomotive. Thomas. It'd be kind of actually trying to make sure that who's in the chat right now? Hmm. For now. Alright. I don't think that will make much of a noise. Alright. Where's my book? Let's find the book now. Ah, I found it. Okay. So let's begin. Alice Adventures in Wonderland. Okay. Let's start this chapter with all of our friends here. Chapter 1 is. Alright. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 12 chapters here. Alright. Here we go. Chapter 1. Down the rabbit hole. Alice was beginning to get tired for sitting by the sister her sister on the bank and not having nothing to do. Once or twice she had to peep into the book and her sister was reading, but it had no pictures, no conversations in it. And it and what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? So she was considering on her own mind as well as she could, for the hot day made her feel sleepy and stupid. Whenever the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies, when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so much remarkable about that, nor did Alice think it was very much, but of the way to hear the rabbit saying to itself, "Oh dear, oh dear, I shall be late. When when she thought it over afterwards, occurred to her, and she thought to have at wondered at this, but at the time it all seemed quite natural, quite natural. But when the rabbit actually took and watched out of all its waistcoat pocket, it looked like it. And looked at it, and then hurried on. Alice started to her feet, and for it flashed across her mind that she had never been seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat or a watch to take out of it. And burning through curiosity, she ran across the field after it. Okay, next page. Was just in time and see the it popped down to a large rabbit hole under the hedge. In another moment, when Alice af- went after it, and never once again considering how in the world she was getting to get out again, the the rabbit hole went straight on like a tunnel for some way, and then dipped down suddenly, down so suddenly that Alice don't had not mentioned to think or drop herself before she had herself falling down for what seemed to be a very deep well. So she went down a well, though. Either the well was very deep or she fell very slowly, for she had plenty of time as she went down to look up about her and wonder what's going to happen next. First, she tried to look down and make out with for what she was coming to, but it was too dark to see anything. Then she looked at the sides of the well and noticed that they were filled with cardboards. Oh my gosh. And bookshelves. Here and there she saw maps and pictures hung upon pegs. She took down a jar in one of the shelves as she passed. It was labeled Orange Maradel. Oh, I mean Marmadale, but but to her great disappointment, it was empty. I would be very disappointed it was empty. I would be very hungry. She did not like to drop the jar to fear to killing somebody underneath. So managed to put it to a car one of the cardboards as she fell past it. Well, thought Alice to herself, after such a fall as this, I think I think I shall not think of nothing but of tumbling down the stairs. How brave they'll all think of me at home. Why, I wouldn't say anything about it. Even if I fell off the top of the house, which was likely true, down, 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 would the fall never come to an end? I wonder too how many miles I've fallen by this time, she said uh, aloud. I must get I must be getting somewhere near the center of the earth. Let me see. I would be 4,000 miles down, I think. For you see, Alice had learned several things at this sort of her lessons in the schoolroom. And though there was not to be very good opportunity of showing off her knowledge, as there was no one to listen to her, still it was good practice to say it all over. Yes, that's about right. Yes, it's about the right distance. But then I wonder if the latitude or the longitude I have gotten to. Alice been had not the slightest idea what latitude was or longitude either, but thought they were nice grand words to say. Okay. Presently she began, I wonder if I shall fall right through the center of the earth. How funny it seemed to become out among the people that walk in the heads downwards. The amphitheaters, I think. She was rather glad there was no one listening. This time it didn't even sound at all at the right word all the right word. But but I shall have to ask them what in the name of the country is, you know. Please, ma'am, is this New Zealand or Australia? She tried to curtsy as she spoke. Fancy curtsying as you are fall um as you are falling through the air. Do you think you could manage it? And what an ignorant little girl shall think me for asking. No, it will never do to ask. Perhaps I shall see it written up somewhere. Right, somewhere. Down, 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 there was nothing else to do. So Alice began began to thinking again. Dinah will miss me very much tonight, I should think. Dinah was the cat. I hope they will remember her saucer of milk at tea time. Dinah, my dear, I shall. I wish you were down here with me. With therefore, there are no mice down in here. I'm afraid, but you might catch a bat. But there's, but that's more like a mouse, you know. But do cats eat bats? I wonder. And here Alice began to get rather sleepy and went on saying to herself in a dreamy sort of way, do cats eat bats or cats, do cats Do cats eat bats? Or sometimes, do bats eat cats? For you see, as she could never answer either question, it didn't much matter which way she put it. She felt there was dozing off and had began to dream, and she was talking in hand with Dinah, and it was saying to her very earnestly, "Now, Dinah, tell me the truth. Do you ever eat a bat?" When suddenly, thump, 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 down she came to a heap of sticks and dry leaves, and the fall was over. Alice was not a bit hurt, but she jumped out on her feet, and in a moment she looked up, but it was all dark overhead. Before she was another long passage, and the white rabbit was still in sight. Hurried down it, there was there was not a moment to be lost. Anyway, when and away went Alice, like like what like the wind. It was just the time to hear it say, turning to the corner, "Oh my ears and whiskers! How late is getting!" She was close behind it when she turned to the corner, but the rabbit was no longer to be seen. She found herself into a long, low hall, which uh, was lit for a row of lamps hanging hanging from the roof. There were doors around the hall, but they were all locked. And then Alice had been all the way down to the side of the up and up the other, trying every door, trying every door. She walked sadly down to the middle and wondering how she would ever get down again. Suddenly she came upon the three-legged table, all made of solid glass. There was nothing on it but a tiny gold key. Okay. Alice and Alice's first idea was to that it's might that this might belong to one of the doors of the hall. But at last, either of the locks are too large or the key was too small. Either, gosh. Okay. Okay, either too small. Gosh. But either at that rate, it won't open in any of them. However, on the second time around, she came upon a low certain um, curtain she had not noticed before, and behind it was a little door about 15 inches high. She tried the little she tried the little golden key in the lock, and in her great delight it fit. Alice opened the door and found it led to a small passage, not not much larger than than a rat hole. Than the rat hole. She nailed okay. Ah, where was I? Okay. Where was it? Where was I? Oh. She knelt down and looked along the passage to the loveliest garden you have ever seen. How long did you get out of that dark hall and wander to among to those beds of bring of flowers and those cool fountains? But she could not even get her head through the doorway, and and even and even if my head would go down, though, though, I mean, thought poor Alice, it would be of a very little use of prop without my soldiers. Oh, I could just shut up and like a telescope. I think I could, if I only knew how to begin. All right. How to begin? Okay. For sh- for see, for you see, so many out some for you see, so many out of the ways things happened lately that Alice had began to think there were few things indeed that there were impossible. There were seemed to be no use of waiting by a little door, so she went back to the table, half hoping she might have the another key on it, or any rate a book of rules of shutting people up in telescopes. This time she found a little bottle on it, which certainly was not here before. Which is certainly not here before, said Alice, and tried around the neck of the bottle. It was labeled the word with the words "Drink me," beautifully printed on it in large letters. It was all but very well to say "Drink me," but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry. So, no, I mean, no, I will look first, she said, and see whatever it's marked. Poison, not or not, she said. She had read several nice little stories of little children who got burnt or eaten up by wild beasts or other pleasant things because they would not remember the simple rules of their friends had taught them. Taught them, okay. Who's in the chat now? Oh, hey, Fluttershy. caught them. Oh yeah. I'll just put it right here. And I'll just stop this tray. Let's just look at the Union Pacific. I kind of figured that the train is a little too noisy. I'll just get like shots at it instead.
This is the dispatcher. Unit set up.
Okay. Let me just get a shot of this. That's better. Okay. All right. Okay. Such as the at the red pot, I mean red hot poker, you will burn to if you hold it too long. That if you cut your finger very deeply with a knife, but it usually bleeds. But she had not forgotten that. If you think it's much to a bottle marked poison, it's almost certain to disagree with you sooner or later. However, the ball is not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it, and finding it very nice, it had in fact had a sort of mixture flavor of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and hot buttered toast. She very much soon she very soon finished it off. Cur- what a curious feeling, said Alice. I must be shutting down up the telescope. And so she was indeed. so she was indeed. She was low and only 10 inches high, and her face brightened up at the top, and thought was out the right size for going through the little door into the lovely garden. Boy. First, however, oh wait. First, however, she watched for waited for a in first, however, she waited for a few minutes to see she was going to shrink any further. She felt a little nervous about this. For it might end. For it might end, you know, she said to herself. In my going out and to get although together like a candle. I wonder what should I be like then. She tried to she tried to fancy what the flame of the candle looks like if the candle was blown out, for she could not remember when ever happened to see such a thing. However, a while, finding that nothing more happened, she decided to on going to the garden at once. But alas, poor Alice, when she got to the door, she found she had forgotten the little golden key, and she went back to the table for it. She found she could not possibly reach it. She could see it quite plainly through the glass. She tried to her best to climb up the up one of the legs of the table, but it was too slippery. When she had tired herself out and with trying, the poor little thing sat down and cried. Come, there is no use of crying like that, said Alice to herself. Rather simply, I advise you to leave out of this minute. She generally gave herself a good advice, though even she is seldom to follow it. It's some, and sometimes she scowled herself, and so severally as she to bring to tears into her eyes. Once she remembered trying to open to box her own ears for having to cheat herself in a game of croquet. She tried. She was playing against herself, for this curious child was not fond of pretending to be two people. But it's no use now, though, poor Alice thought. To pretend to be two people, why, there's hardly enough for me. Help to make me one respectful person. Oh my gosh. I have such a weird, like, cough right now. Soon her eyes fell on a small glass box that was lying under the table. She opened it and found it very small, a very small cake, in which the words "Eat me" were beautifully marked into the current the currents. Well, I'll eat it. She, um, well, I'll eat it," said Alice. And makes me, and if it makes me grow larger, I can reach the key. And if it makes me grow smaller, I can creep under the door. So either way, I'll get into the garden, and I don't care what happens. She ate a little bit, and anxiously, t- and said anxiously to herself, "Which way? Which way?" Holding to her hand on the top of her head to feel which way it was growing. She was quite surprised to find that she remained that the same size of, to be sure that this is what generally happens when one uh, eats cake. But Alice had got but Alice had to has got so much to the way of expecting nothing but out of the way things to happen. But it seems quite dull and stupid for life to go on in a common way. So she set to work and very soon finished off the cake. The Pool of Tears. Curious and curiouser, said Alice. She was so surprised that for the moment she quite forgotten how to speak good English. Now I am opening out like the largest telescope that ever was. Goodbye, feet. For when she looked down at her feet, there seemed to be almost out of sight. They were getting so far off. Oh, my poor little feet. I wonder who would put on your shoes and stockings for you now, dears. I'm sure I, I'm sure I shan't too able. I, I'll be great to, I'll be in a great deal too far out, to trouble myself. But you must be managed to be the best way you can, and I must be kind to them. But I must be kind to them, though Alice thought Alice, perhaps, or perhaps they don't walk the way I want to go. Let me see. I'll give them a new pair of boots for Christmas. And she went on planning to herself how she would manage it. It they must go by the carrier, she thought. And how many it seemed, sending pictures on one's own feet and how the directions will look. Alice's foot esquit hearthrug near fender with Alice's love. Oh dear, what nonsense I am talking. Just just as the moment her head struck against the roof of the hall. In fact, she was rather more she is rather more than 9 feet tall. She she at once took up the little key and hurried off to the garden door. Poor Alice, poor Alice. She was not much as she could do, lying there on one side. Oh my! I'm gonna pull my own finger. It was much as she could do. No, wait. Poor Alice. It was as much as she could do, lying there for one side and look through into the garden with one eye. But getting through was hopeless than ever. She sat down and began to cry again. Throughout, it's a shame for yourself. You do. It should be a shame yourself. I mean, you you do be mean to be ashamed yourself," said Alice. "A great girl like you," said. She might as well say this. "To go crying in this way. Stop this. Stop this moment. I tell you." But when but she went down on the same, shedding gallons of tears until there was a pool all around her, about 4 inches deep, and reached half down the hall. After a time, she heard a pattering of feet in the distance, and she hastily dried her tears to see what was coming. It was the right rabbit returning, splendidly dressed and a with a pair of white kid gloves in one hand and a large fan to the other. He came trotting along with a great hurry, muttering to himself as he came by. "Oh, the Duchess! Oh, the Duchess! Oh, won't she be savage if I keep her waiting?" Alice felt she so um, des- desperated that she was ready to ask help for anyone. So when the rabbit came near her, she began in a low, tempted voice. "If you please, sir." The rabbit started violently and dropped the white kid gloves and the fan and scurried away to the darkness as hard as he could go. Alice took up the fan and gloves. As the hall was very hot, She kept fanning herself all the time she went on talking. Dear, dear, how queer everything is today. Dear, dear, how queer everything is today. And yesterday things went on as just as usual. I wonder if I've been changed to into the night. Let me think. Was I the same when I got up this morning? I I almost thought I can remember everything, all the different, but I am not the same. The next question is, who in the world am I? Ah, that's the great puzzle. She began thinking over all the children she knew, and they were the same age as her, to see if she could have been changed for any of them. I'm sure I am not Ada, she said, for her hair goes in a long ringlets, and mine doesn't go in ringlets at all. And I'm sure I'm not May. I can't be Mabel, for I know all sorts of sides she's in. She is, and I, and oh dear, how puzzling it is all it is. I'll try if I know all things I used to know. Let me see. Four time, four times, 4 times 5 is 12. I mean, 4 times 5 is 12, and 4 times 6 is 13, and 4 times 7 is, oh dear. I shall not forget when 20 had that rate. However, the multiplication table doesn't seem s- signify doesn't signify that's let's try geography. Let's try geography. Down London is the capital of Paris, and Paris is the capital of Rome. And Rome is. No, that's all wrong. I'm certain I must have been changed to Mabel. I'll try to say. I'll try and say how doubt the little. Okay. She crossed her hands on her lap as she were saying lessons and began to repeat it. But in her voice sounds harsh and strange. The words did not come the same as they used to do. How doth the little crocodile improves his shining tail, and pour the waters of the Nile on every golden scale. How cheerfully how cheerfully he seems to grin, and how neatly he spreads his claws and welcomes little fishes in the gently smiling jaws. I'm sure there's not. I'm sure those are not the right words," said poor Alice, and her eyes filled it with tears again as she went on, as I must be Mabel after all, and I shall get have to go to live in a poky little house, and I have next to no toys to play with on her. Oh, ever so many lessons to learn. No, I had made my mind about it. If I'm Mabel, I I'll stay down here. It will no use it'll be no use putting their heads down to the saying, "Come on again there. I shall only look up and say, 'Who am I then?' Tell me that first, and then, and I look began the person, and I'll look up. If not, I'll stay down here till I'm somebody else." But oh dear, said Alice, with sudden burst of tears, "I do wish there would be their heads down, and I'd be so tired for being alone here." Oh, good morning, Cindy. As as she as she says this, she looked down in her hands, and she was surprised to see she had put onto one of the rabbit's little white kid gloves. While she was taking while she was talking, "How can I have ever done that?" she said. She thought, "I must have been growing small again." She got she got up and went into the table to measure herself, I mean, measure by it, and found it was nearly she could guess. She was now about 2 feet tall, 2 feet high, and was shrinking rapidly. She soon found out that the cause of this was the fan she was holding. She dropped it hastily, just in time to save herself from shrinking away together, altogether. There, there was a narrow escape. Alice said Alice, and a good deal frightening change at a sudden change, but all but very glad to find herself still in existence. And now for the garden, and she ran with all speed back into the little door. But alas, the little door was shut again, and the little key was laying on the glass table as before. Things are things are worse than ever, thought the poor child, for never was for I never was small this before as this before. I never, and I declare it's too bad that this is. As she said these words, her foot slipped. In another moment she splashes as up and chin to the water salt water. Her first I her first idea was that she had somehow fallen into the sea, and 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 in case that I go down, I can go back up railway. She said to herself. Alice had been to the side sea once on her life, and had come into the general conclusion what that what wherever you go to onto the English coast, you find a number of bathing machines in the sea. Some children digging it in the sea with wooden spades, and then roll into the lodging houses and behind them in a railway station. Yeah, railway station. That's like a train right there. However, she soon made it out, and she was in the pool of tears which she had wept when she was 9 feet tall. "I wish I couldn't cry so much," said Alice as she swam about. trying to find her way out. I shall I shall be punished for it now, I suppose, for being drowned on my own tears. That will be a queer thing, to be sure, how everything is queer today. Okay, queer today, queer today, queer today. Okay. Just then she heard something splashing about the pool a little way off, and she swam nearer to make out what it was. At first, she thought it was a walrus or hippopotamus, but she remembered how small she was now. she soon found she soon made it out and made was only and it was only a mouse that slipped away like herself. Wouldn't it be any use now, thought Alice, to speak to this mouse? Everything is so out of the way down here, and I should think very likely I it can talk. It rate at any rate, there's no harm to try in trying. So she began. Oh, Mouse, do you know the way out of this pool? I'm very tired of swimming out here. Oh, Mouse, she tried. Mu- She thought this must be the right way to speaking a mouse. She had never done such a thing before. She remembered having seen that her brother's Lenten grammar. A mouse, of a mouse, to a mouse, oh mouse. The mouse looked at her rather inquisitively and seemed that and seemed and seemed to wink at and seemed to her to wink one eye with one eye uh, its of its little eyes, and it oh my gosh, pull the finger again. Okay. but see but it said nothing. Perhaps I it doesn't understand English, thought Alice. I dare say it's a French mouse. Come over here, William the Conqueror. Come over with William the Conqueror. For all her knowledge of her history, she had never clear notion how long ago anything had happened. Began. She began. She be. So she began again. Osist, osist, machet, which was the first sentence for the French lesson book. The mouse gave a sudden leap out of the water and seemed to quiver all over the front. Oh, I beg your pardon, said Alice hastily, afraid that she had hurt the poor animal's feelings. I quite forgotten you didn't like cats. Cats? I mean, not like cats, said the mouse in shrill, pas- passionate, with a shrill, passionate voice. Would you like cats if you were me? Well, perhaps not, said Alice, she in a smoothing tone. Don't be angry about it, and yet I wish I could show you our cat Dinah, and I think you'd take a fancy to cats. If you could, if you could only see her, and she is a dear, quiet thing. Alice went on half of herself as she swam lazily about into the pool. And she sits purring nicely into the fire and licking her paws and washing her face, as she is a nice soft thing to nurse. She is such a capital one for catching mice. Oh, I beg your pardon, Alice cried Alice again, for this time the mouse was bramishly all over it. I mean, was bristling all over, and she felt current and must be, and as she felt it must been offended. I won't talk about her anymore, if you rather not,
We indeed.
cried the mouse, who was trembling down to the end of his tail.
As I would talk such a subject, our family was hate. Our family always hated cats. Nasty, lewd, vulgar things. Vulgar things. And don't let me hear the name again.
I won't indeed, said Alice, in a great hurry to change the subject of conversation. Are you are you fond of dogs? The mouse didn't answer, so Alice went on eagerly. There was there was such a nice dog, um, nice little dog near our house, and I should like to show you a a bright, a little bright eyed terrier who known, okay, with all such a curly brown tail, brown hair, and and it will fetch things when you throw them, and it it'll sit up and beg for its dinner and all sorts of things. I can remember half of them, and belong it belongs to a farmer, you know, and he says it's so useful. It's worth £100. She's he say he says it kills rats, and oh dear, cried Alice in a sorrowful tone. I'm afraid I offended it again, for the mouse was swimming away from her as as hard as it could go, and making quite a commotion in the pool as it went. So she went softly after it. Mouse dear, do come back. I won't talk about cats or dogs either again, if you don't like them. When the mouse heard this, it turned around and swam slowly back to her. Its face was quite pale and with passion, Alice thought, and it said in a low, trembling voice,
Let's us get to the shore, and then I'll tell you my story. I'll tell you my history, and and you'll understand why it is I hate cats and dogs.
okay, it was t- it was a high time to go, and the pool was getting quite crowded, and the birds and the animals that had fallen into it. There was a duck and a dodo and a lure and an eaglet and several other curious creatures. Animal, Alice led the way to the whole party swam to the shore. All right, I'm gonna put up the curtains right now. We're on chapter 3 right now. And I gotta get some water because my throat is very dry. Okay, so you can actually get a nice angle of the trains as they sleep. Oh, Captain America. Oh, hey Captain America. Captain of the squad. Hey Chris. All right, all right. Let's continue. They were indeed a. I mean, they were indeed a. They were indeed a queer-looking party of assembled in the bank. The birds are draggled with the birds with draggled feathers, and the animals with their fur chingling all close to them, and all dripping out. Cross uncomfortable. The question of the course was how to get dry again, as they had a constellation of about things about this. After a few minutes, it seemed that quite natural to Alice to find herself talking familiar with them, as she had known to take them all li- her life. Indeed, she had quite a long argument with the Leroy, who asked, who had who at la- who had last turned sulky, and would only say, I'm older than you, right, and must know better." And this Alice would not allow without knowing how old it was, as the Leroy positively refused to tell its tale. There was no more to be said, and at last the mouse seemed to see. At last the mouse, who seemed to be a person of of some authority among them, called out. Called out.
Sit down, all of you. And listen to me. I'll soon make a. I'll soon make you dry.
Then all sat down and went in a ring, with the mouse in the middle. Alice kept her eyes anxiously and fixed on it, for she felt so sure she would catch a bad cold if she did not get dry, and very soon, said the mouse in an important air.
Are you all ready? This is the driest thing I know.
Alice,
Silence all around, if you please. William the Conqueror, whose cause of favor to the Pope, as soon submitted to the English. We we wanted leaders, and we had been of late much as accustomed to aspiration and conquest.
Edwin, I,
Ed, Edwin and Morcar in the Earls of Mercia and Mortimer.
ugh, said said the lorry, the lorry, the lorry with a shiver,
I beg your pardon?
said the mouse, frowning but very politely.
Did you speak?
Nor I, said the lorry hastily,
I thought you did.
said the mouse.
I proceed, Edwin and Morat and the Earls of Mercia and North, Northumbria, Beria, and I declared for him even
Mm, and even,
and even Sudday and the politic Archbishop and the Centaur and the Canterbury found in
mm, oh,
and found it advisable. For what?
said the duck. I was trying to do like a little Donald Duck voice because there was a duck.
Found it.
Said the mouse replied after crossly, of course, and what to know what it means.
Well, well, I knew. Well, well, I know. Well, I know what it means. Well enough. Well, I find a king
Said the duck.
as a general of fact ordered. Well, the question is, what did the Archbishop find?
Okay. Uh, the mouse didn't not notice this question, but hurriedly went on, found it of ad, advisable if advisable to go from Edgar Atlin to meet William and offer him the crown. I mean,
Found it invisible to go with er- Edgar Allico, I mean, Atlan, with meeting William to offer him the crown. William's conduct, conduct at the first was moderate, but but in the but in the insolence of his Normans, how are we getting on now, my dear? It continued turning.
it continued turning into Alice as it spoke. As wet as ever, Alice said in a Metroloni tone. It doesn't seem quite dry to me at all. Oh man. Okay. I'll try to do the dodo. In case of, in case of, in the case, said the dodo smoochily. Said the dodo solemnly, raising its feet. I, I move that the meeting con. I, I move, I move that the meeting adjourn and immediately for the intimidate adoption for the energetic remedies. Speak English, said the eaglet. I don't know the meaning of half of those words, and what's more, I don't believe you. Do, and I don't believe you do either, said the eaglet, bent down its head and hide a smile. Some of the other birds tittered audibly. Audibly, what what I was going what I was gonna say, said the dodo in a offended tone, was the best thing to get us dry would be a caucus race. A caucus race? What is a caucus race? Said Alice. Not that, not that she wanted to know, but the dodo had paused as it thought of somebody, though, to speak, and no one else seemed inclined to say anything. Why, why, said the dodo, the best way to explain it is to do it. And as you may like to try the thing yourself, something weather, winter dry. And as you may know, my like of trying to get yourself some winter dry, I'll tell you how the dodo man age it. First, we marked a race course and then sort out the circle. An exact shape doesn't matter, it says. The exact shape doesn't matter, it says. And then, wait. Oh, yeah. And then all the party were there placed along the course. Here and there is no one. There is no 1, 2, 3 in a way. But they began running when they liked and left out when they liked. So it's not easy to know when the race was over. However, when they had been running half an hour or so, they quite they were quite dry again. The dodo suddenly called out, "The race is over!" And they all crowded around it, panting as asking, "But who's won?" The this question to the dodo could not answer without a great deal of thought, and sat on the long time with one finger pressed on its forehead, and positions you usually see in which you usually see Shakespeare in the pictures of him. Okay. While the rest waited for the silence, the last at last the dodo said, "Everyone has won, and all must have prizes. But who will give us prizes?" Quite a chorus of voices asked. "Why, she, of course," said the dodo, pointing to Alice with one finger. And the whole party once crowded on her, calling it, in a confused way, "Prizes! Prizes!" Alice had no idea what to do, and in despair, she put her hand in her pocket and pulled out a box of comfits. Luckily, in salt water had not got into it, and had around as prizes. There was exactly one apiece all around. All right, but she must have a prize herself. Her prize herself,
But she must have a price of herself, you know.
said the mouse. "Of course," said the dodo replied with very gravely. "What else you got for your pocket?" It went on to Alice. "Oh, only a thimble," said Al sadly. "Hand it over," said the dodo, and then they all crowded around her once more, and the dodos solemnly present the thimble, saying, "We beg your we beg your ex I mean we we beg your exceptions, and this with this with this elegant thimble." And when the and and it had finished with a short speech, and all cheered. She thought of the whole thing was absurd, but they were all looked so grave that she did not dare to laugh. Did not dare to laugh. And she could not think of anything to say. She simply bowed and took the thimble and looked to as small as she could. The next thing was to eat the confidence. This caused some noises and confusion, as the birds complained that they could not they could not taste theirs, and the small ones choke and had to be pat on the back. However, it was over at last as they sat down into the ring and begged the mouse to tell them something more. Okay. You promised to tell us your history, she said. And why is that you hate C and D? She a- she had to whisper, half afraid if it would be offended again. Mine is a long and sad tale, said the mouse, turning to Alice and sighing. It was a long tale. It was a long tale, certainly, said, said Alice, looking down with the wonder of the mouse's tail. But why do you but why do you call it sad? She kept puzzling about what the wild mouse was speaking. So her idea of the tale was something like this. Furry said, Furry said to a mouse that he met in the house, let us go into law as I prosecute you. Come, I will take no denial. We must have the trial, for really, this morning I've nothing to do, said the mouse to the cur. Such a such a trial, dear sir, with no jury or no judge, would be a wasting of our breath. I shall be jury, said the cunning old fury, and I'll try the whole cause and condemn to death. You're not attending, said the mouse to Alice severely. What are you thinking of? I beg your pardon, said Alice, said humbly. You have got to be you have got to the fifth bend, I think. I am not, said the mouse, sharply, very angrily. Not. A not, said Alice, always ready to make herself useful, for looking anxiously about her. Oh, let me help the undo it. To undo it. I shall do nothing of the sort, said the mouse, getting up and walking away. You insult me by talking such nonsense. I didn't mean it, pleaded poor Alice, but you are but you are easily offended, you know. The mouse only growled and replied in reply. Please come back and finish your story, Alice called after it, and the others all joined in the chorus. Please do. Yes, too, please too, but the mouse only shook its head impatiently and walked a little quicker. What a pit! What a pity! It wouldn't say, sighed Leroy, as it should, as it was quite out of sight. And an old crab took opportunity, saying to her daughter, "Ah, dear, it, let that be a lesson to you, and never lose your temper." "Hold your tongue, ma," said the young crab, a little snappishly. "You're trying to, you're trying to, you, you have not to try to be the patience of an oyster." "I wish I had Dinah here. Oh, I know I do," she said aloud, addressing nobody in particular. She would fetch him as she would soon fetch it back. "Who is Dinah, if I might venture to ask a question?" said the Leroy. Alice replied eagerly. She was always she was always ready to talk about her pet. "Dinah's our cat, and she is such a capital for catching mice, and I can't you can't think. And oh, I wish you could see her and go after see her after birds. Why, she'll eat a little bird as soon as she look at it." This speech caused a remarkable sensation among the party. Some of the birds hurried off at once. One magpie began to wrapping itself up very carefully and remarking, "It really must be, I must be really getting home. The night air doesn't suit my throat." And the canary called out in a trembling voice, and it's to its children, "Come, come away, my dears. It's high time for you to go in all in the bed." On virtuous pretext, they moved. They all moved out, and Alice was soon left alone. "I wish I didn't mention Dinah," she said to herself in a malicious voice. "Nobody seems to like her down here, and I'm sure she's the best cat in the world. Oh, Dinah, I wonder if I shall ever have to see you anymore." And here poor Alice began to cry again, for she felt alone and low spirited, and in a little while, however, she again heard a little pattering of footsteps and the distance, and looked up eagerly, hoping that the mouse would change its mind. But what's coming back to finish his story? Well, we'll just have to find out what's actually happened in the next story, because I need to take a break in the next chapter. Who's in the chats? Oh, hello. Hey, hello, fly. How you doing? All right. The next chapter. The rabbit sends into the little bill to a little bill, for it was the rabbit trotting slowly back again, looking anxiously and about it was to as it went, as if it was lost something, for she heard it muttering to itself. Oh, the Duchess! Oh, the Duchess! Oh, my dear paws! For my whiskers! She'll ex- she'll get me executed as sure as the ferrets are ferrets. I can. Where can I drop them? I wonder. As Alice guessed at a moment, there was looking through for the fan and a pair of white kid gloves for a very good naturally began hunting for them, but they were nowhere to be seen. So everything has seemed to be changed since her swim to the pool, and the great hall with of the glass table on the with the and the little door had vanished completely. Very soon, the rabbit noticed Alice. She was hunting about and called out with her in an angry tone. Why, Marianne! What are you doing out here? Run home and this moment and fetch me my gloves. Quick now! And Alice was so frightened that she ran off, once in the direction at the point to without trying to explain to the mistake and had it made that it had made. He looked I mean he looked at me as for his housemaid, she said to herself as she ran. However, how surprised I'll be when he finds out who I am. But I better take his fan and gloves. That is, if I could find them. As she said this, she, I mean, as she said this, she came upon a neat little house, on the door which was bright brass plate with the name W. Rabbit engraved upon it. She went in without looking, without knocking. She went in without knocking. She hurried upstairs, and in great fear lest um she should meet in the real she would meet the real Marianne, to be turned out of the house before she had found the fan and gloves. How queer it seems, she said to herself, to be going messages from the rabbit. I suppose Dinah will be sending me message next. She began being fancied of sort of thing with would happen. Miss Alice, come here directly and get ready for your walk. Coming in a minute, nurse. But I have got to watch this mouse hole till Dinah comes back. and it seems that the mouse didn't get out. Only I think, all I don't think, only I don't think, Alice went on, that they let Dinah stop in the house if began ordering people looking like that. I mean, only that let Dinah stop in the house if it began ordering people about like that. By this time, she had her she found her way into a tidy little room and a table in the room. On it, she has she had as she had hoped, a fan and two pair of three. I mean, and a fan or two, three pairs of tiny white kid gloves. Okay, kid gloves. She took them in the fan. She took up the fan and a pair of kids' gloves, and it was going to leave the room when when her eye fell upon to a small bottle of oh wait bottle and stood near the looking glass. There was no label this time in the words "drink me." Yeah, there was no label that's this time with the words "drink me," but nevertheless she uncorked it and put it in her lips. I know something interesting is sure to happen, she said to herself. Whenever whenever I eat or drink anything, so I'll just see what this bottle does. I do hope it will make me grow again, for really I'm quite tired of being such a tiny little thing. It did so well. It did so indeed. It did so indeed much sooner than she had expected. Before she drank the before she had drank half the bottle, she found her head pressing against the ceiling and had to stoop to save her neck from being broken, and hastily down the bot put down the bottle and saying to herself, "That's quite enough. I hope I shan't grow any more. As it is, as it is, I can't get out of the door. I do wish I hadn't drank so much." Alas, it was too late to wish that. She went on growing and growing very soon and held to kneel down on the floor. In another minute not there was there was not even room for this. She tried to even affect she tried to effect of laying down with one elbow against the door and the other arm curled around her head. She went on going, and as last resource, as a last resource, she put on one arm out of the window and one up the chimney, and she and said to herself, "No, I can't. Now I can do now. Now I can do no more. Whatever happens, what will become of me?" Luckily for Alice, the magic bottle had now had its full effect. and she grew no larger. Still, it was very uncomfortable, and there, and as there seemed to be no sort of chance for her ever getting out of the room again, no wonder she felt unhappy. She, it, it was a very, it was much pleasanter at home. I mean, it was much more pleasanter at home, thought poor Alice. And when one wasn't going, oh, and one was when wasn't always growing larger and smaller and being ordered about the mice and rabbits, I almost wish I haven't gone down the rabbit hole. And yet, and yet, it's it's rather curious, you know. It's sort of life. I do wonder I can have what happened to me. Happened to me. What was it? Happened to me? Okay. When I use the words fairy tales, I fancied that kind of thing and never happened. I fancied that type of thing never happened, and now here I am in the middle of one. Therefore, there though would be a book written about me. Like written about me. That therefore, there though, that there though, and when I grow up, I'll write one. But I'm a grown up now, she added a sortful tone, and at least there's no room to grow up anymore here. But then, thought Alice, I shall never get any older than I am now. There, there'll be comfort one way, never to be an old woman, but then always have lessons to learn. Oh, I shouldn't like that. Oh, how foolish, Alice, she answered to herself. How can you learn lessons here? Why, there's hardly room for you, and no room at all for any lessons books. So she went on, making first one side and then the other, and making quite conversations for it all over again. But after a few minutes, she heard the voice outside and stopped and listened. Marianne! Marianne! Said the voice. Fetch me my some gloves! Fetch me my gloves this moment! And then, and a little came a little pattering on the feet on the stairs. The Alice knew it was the white rabbit coming to look for her. As she trembled till she shook the house, quite forgetting that was now 1,000 times as large as the rabbit, and had no reasons to be afraid of it. Presently, the rabbit came upon to the door and tried opening it, but as the door opened inwards, Alice's elbow was pressing hard against it. An attempt to proved a failure. She heard it say to itself, "Then I'll go around and get in that window." That I that you won't. Thought that you won't. Alice thought Alice, and after reading she fancied heard the she fancied to she heard the rabbit as she under the window. She suddenly spread out her hand and made a snatch in the air. She did not get she didn't get a hold of anything, but she heard a little shriek and a fall and a crash of broken glass, from which she concluded that it was just possible that that fallen into a a cucumber frame or something of sort. Next came an angry voice. The rabbits, Pet! Pet! Where are you? And then a voice she never heard before sure came in here. Before. And then then the voice she never heard before. Sure, I'm here, digging up the apples, Your Honor. Digging up apples! Indeed, said the angry said the rabbit angrily. Here, come help me and here, come help me out with this. Now tell me, Pat, what is this in the broken? What is this in the window? Sounds more of a broken glass. Sounds like a more broken glass. Now tell me, Pat, what is in the window? Sure, it's an arm, Your Honor. Sure, it's an arm, Your Honor. He pronounced it. Arum. An arm of a goose. An arm of a goose. Wherever saw one this size? Why, it fills the whole window. Sure it does, Your Honor. Sure it does, Your Honor. But it's an arm for all that. Well, it's no business here. Well, it cuts no business here. At any rate, go and take it away. there was a long there was a long silence after this, and Alice could hear whispers now and then, such as "Sure, there no, I mean, sure, sure, I don't like it, Your Honor, at all, at oh wait, sure sure I don't like it, Your Honor, at all. Do as I tell you, coward!" And at last as she spread out her hand again and made another snatch in the air. This time there were no shrieks and no and more sounds of broken glass. What number of cucumber frames must be? Alice thought Alice. I wonder what they'll do next as for pulling me out in the window and only wish I could. I'm sure I don't want to stay in here any longer. She waited for some time, looking out here anything more. At last came a rumbling of little cartwheels, and it sound and and the sound of good many voices, all talking together. She made she made out the words. Where's the ladder? Why? It didn't bring. Why? I haven't bring but one. Bill's got the other. Bill, fetch it here, lad. Here, put them up into this corner. No, tied them together first. They don't reach the they don't reach half of the high enough yet. Oh, they'll be do oh, they'll do well. I mean, okay. What was I again? This ladder. No, tie them together first. No, tie them the very first. Hey, don't put the high half high enough yet. Oh, they'll do well enough. Don't be don't be particular. Here, Bill, catch and hold those of this rope. Will the will the roof bear? Mine of the loose of mine of the loose of late. Oh, it's coming down. Heads up below. A loud crash. Now who did that? It was Bill. I fancy. Who's gonna go down the chimney? Hey, Shane, you do it. that I, that I don't. Bill's gotta go down. Here, Bill. The master says you got to. I mean, here, Bill. The master says you have to go down the chimney. Okay. Oh, Bill. Also, Bill got. Oh, so Bill's gonna go down the chimney. Is got to go down the chimney, has he? Said Alice. Said to herself. I'm trying to voice act the characters right now. Why they didn't seem to be put everything upon Bill. I wouldn't be in Bill's place for a good deal. This fireplace is narrow, to be sure, but I think I can kick a little. She drew up her foot as far in the down to the chimney as she could, and she waited until she heard a little animal. She did not guess for what sort it was, scratching, scrambling upon the chimney close above her. Then, saying to herself, "This is Bill," she gave one sharp kick and waited to see what would happen next. And then, and the first thing she heard was a general chorus of "There goes Bill," and then the rabbit's voice alone. "Catch him!" "You, by the ledge!" Then silence, and then another conclusions of the voices. "Hold up his head!" "Brandy now?" "Don't choke him!" How it how is how was it, old fellow? What happened to you? Tell me. Let's hear. Let's tell us all about it. Okay. Uh, last came with the little feebly squeaky voice. That's that's Bill. I thought. Thought Ballas. Well, I mean, well, I hardly know no more. Thank ye. I better, but I'm better now. But I have a deal of too fluster to tell you that I know is something comes to me that the Jack in the Box, and up I go. I goes like a skyrocket. So you so you did, so you did, old fellow, said the others. "We must burn the house down," said the rabbit's voice. Alice called out as she, I, I mean, called out loud. Called out as loud as she could. "If you do, I'll send Dinah at you." There was a dead silence, intensely, and Alice thought of herself. "I wonder what they'll do next. If they have any any sense, they'll take the roof off." After a minute or two, they began moving about again, and Alice heard the rabbit saying, "A barrel full! A barrel full will do! To begin!" "A barrel of full of what?" said Alice, but she had not long but she had no long doubt for what next for the next moment of the hour of little pebbles came rattling into the window, and some of them hit her in the face. "I'll put a stop to this," she said to herself, and shout out, "You better not do that again," and which produced another deaf silence. She noticed that and some surprises that the pebbles were all turning into cakes as they are laying on the floor, and brought and with a bright idea she came to her head. "If I eat one of these cakes," she thought, "it's making sure it will change my size, and as it can't possibly make me larger, it must make me smaller, I suppose." She So she swallowed one of the cakes as she delighted and was delighted to find out she began shrinking directly. As soon as she was small enough to get to the door, she ran out to the house and found quite a crowded with little animals was quite crowded with little animals and birds waiting outside. The poor the poor little lizard Bill was in the middle, sitting by, held by two guinea pigs who were giving it something out of the bottle, and they all made a rush at Alice at the moment she appeared. She ran off as hard as she could, and should found herself in in a safe thick wood. "First thing I got to do," said Alice to herself, was wandering about into the wood. "Is it to grow to my right size again?" And the second thing was find my way into a lovely in that lovely garden. I think I will be at the best in my best plan. I think that will be my best plan. It sounds like excellent, no no doubt, and near neatly simply arranged. The only difficulty was that she had not the smallest idea how it set it about. But while she was peeping about anxiously about the trees, the little sharp bark just out of her head made look up into a great hurry. An enormous puppy was looking down at her with large round eyes, and feebly stretching one paw and trying to touch Alice. "Poor little thing," she said, and a coaxing tone in a coaxing tone. I mean, what is it? Um, coaxing tone. She tried to whistle to it, but she was terribly frightened all the time that the pup thought it would be hungry, in which case she would be likely to eat her up as a spite of her coaxing. hardly hardly knowing what she did, she picked up a little bit of stick and held it to out to the pup. I mean, and held it out to the puppy, whereupon the puppy jumped into the air off its head, off its feet at once, and yelped with delight, and rushed with a stick, and believe worried, um, made believe to worry about it. Then Alice dodged behind the um great thistle to keep herself from being run over. At the moment she appeared to the other side, the puppy made another rush at the stick and tumbled head over heels in its hurry to get hold of it. Then Alice, thinking it was very like having a game to play with a cart horse, and expecting every moment to be trembled under its feet, and ran around with the thistle again. The puppy again, in a series of short charges at the stick, ran a very little way forwards. Each time that a long way back, barking harshly with I mean, all in a while, till at last that and sat down in a good way of panting, f- with its tongue hanging out its mouth and its great eyes half shut. Half shut. It seems to Alice a good opportunity to make her escape, as set off at once and ran until she was quite tired and out of breath, until the puppy's bark sounded quiet and faint in the distance. And yet, what a dear little puppy it was, she said. Alice said, as she leaned against a buttercup to the rest and fanning herself with one of the leaves. I should leave like I should have teach it tricks very much if only I'd been the right size to do it. Oh dear, I nearly forgotten that I have got to grow up again. Let me see, who is to be managed? I suppose I thought would be to drink, eat or drink something or other, but the great question is what? The great question was the great question certainly was what? Alice looked around into the flowers and the blades of grass, but she could not see anything but look like the right thing to eat or drink under the circumstances. There she was on a large mushroom near her, about the same height of herself as herself. And when she had looked under it, on and both sides of it, and behind it, it occurred to her that she might as well look to see what's on top of it. She stretched herself on tiptoe and peeped over the edge of the mushroom, and her eyes immediately met those of a large blue caterpillar that was sitting on the top with its arms folded, quietly smoking a hookah. That's Hellfly's thing though. Okay. And taking not the he's smoking weed. I'm sure of it. Taking not the smallest notice of her or of anything else. The smoking weed the caterpillar is up right now. Okay. Advice of a caterpillar. All right. Here's the caterpillar. The caterpillar and Alice looked at each other for some time in silence, and at last the caterpillar took the hookah out of its mouth and dressing her in a lingual, sleepy voice. Who are you? said the owl, said the caterpillar. That was not that wasn't an encouraging opening of a conversation. Alice replied rather slightly. I hardly know, sir. Just at present, at least, I know who I was when I got up this morning. I think it must have been changed several times since then. I do not see. I mean, what? What do you mean by that? said the said the caterpillar sternly. Explain yourself. Well, I can't explain myself, sir. I'm afraid, sir, said Alice. Because I can't explain myself, you see. I do not see. I'm afraid I cannot put it clearly, Alice replied very politely, for I can't understand to myself, and if I began with, and began so, the different size in a day is very confusing. It isn't, said the caterpillar. Well, perhaps you would haven't defined it so yet, said Alice. But when you have to turn to a chrysalis, you will someday, you know, and then after that you turn into, and after that into a butterfly, and I should think you'll feel it, feel it a little queer, won't you? Not, not a bit, said the caterpillar. Well, perhaps you're feeling a little different, said Alice. All I know is you be very queer to me. You, said the caterpillar contemptuously. Who are you? Which brought him back again and the beginning of the conversation. She felt like it irritated at the caterpillar's making of such a very short remarks. She drew herself up and said very gravely, I think you thought of telling me who you are first? Why? said said the caterpillar. Here is here was one puzzling question, and as Alice could not think of any good reason, the caterpillar seemed to be very unpleasant state to as she turned away. I mean, wait. Here's another puzzling question, and said was another puzzling question, and as Alice could not think of any good question, the cow the sis the caterpillar seemed to be very unpleasant to be in a very unpleasant mind of state. She turned away. Girl, come back, caterpillar called her after her. I have something important to say. As sound promising, certainly. She turned it back again. I mean, she turned back again. Back again. Keep your temper, said said the caterpillar. Is that all? Said Alice, swallowing down her anger as she could. No, said the caterpillar. She thought she thought she might as well wait, as she had nothing else to do, and perhaps, after all, it might tell her something worth hearing. For some reason, it puffed anyway without speaking, but long last unfolded its arms and took the hookah out of its mouth again, and said, "So you think you're changed, do you?" "I'm afraid I am, sir," said Alice. "I can't remember things I used to, and I keep tell and I keep and I don't keep the same size of 10 minutes together." "Can't remember what thing what things," said the caterpillar. "Well, I've tried to say how doubt the little busy bee, but it came different." She replied. Alice replied with a mentally mentally voice. "Repeat. I mean, I mean, repeat. You are old Father William," said the caterpillar. She held her hands and began. "You are old Father William," the young man said. Your your head has become very white, and yet you excessively stand on your head, and you think that your age is right." And in mouth, Father William replied to his son, and I feared it might injure your brain, but now I have perfect. I mean, now, but now I am perfectly sure that I have not. I have none. Why? I do it again and again. You're old," said the said the youth. "As I mentioned before, I have grown most uncommonly fat. Yet you turn a back salt. I mean somersault. Somersault in the door at the door." "Oh, good morning, Amy J. I mean, you're. I mean, yet you turn into a. I mean, pray that a. What is the reason of that?" In my you happy Martin Luther King Day. Okay, all right. It says day. Okay. "In my youth," said the sage, "as you shook his gray locks." Gray locks. Oh, okay. "I keep in the limbs of very supply, and use a this ointment in the shell of the box. Allow me to sell to you a couple. You're old," said the youth, and your jaws are too weak for anything tougher than suit, and yet you finish the goose for the bones of the bleak. Pray for how you managed to do it. And in my youth, said his father, I took the law and argued as case of my wife, and the muscular strength which gave me to my jaw has last for the rest of my life. You're old, said the youth. For one, you are hardly supposed that you are was as steady as ever, and yet you bounced an eel in the end of your nose. What made you so awfully clever? I have answered three questions, and that's enough, said the said to his father. Don't give yourself airs, and don't think you can still listen all day to such stuff. Be off, and I will kick you downstairs. That is not that is not right, said the caterpillar. Quite not quite right, I'm afraid, said um Alice temptedly. Some of the words don't even got any alter. It is wrong from beginning end to end, said the caterpillar decidedly, and there was silence for some minutes, and the caterpillar was the first to speak. What size do you want to be? He asked. Oh, I have not a particular as to size, Alice hastily replied. Only one doesn't change so often, you know. I do not know, said the owl, said the caterpillar. Alice said nothing, and she had never been so much con- contradicted in her life before, and she felt that she was losing her temper. All right. Are you content now? Said the caterpillar. Well, I I should take a I mean, to be a little larger, sir, if you don't mind, she said. 3 inches high is such a wretched height. It's a very good height indeed, said the caterpillar with an angry tone. Angrily, re- rearing itself up and as it spoke. It was exactly 3 inches high. But I'm not used to it, pleaded poor Alice in a piteous tone. And she thought of her to herself, I wish creatures wouldn't be so easily offended. You'll get used to it in time, said the caterpillar, and it, and put the hookah into its mouth and began smoking again. This time Alice waited patiently until it chose to speak again, but in a minute or two, the caterpillar took the hookah out of its mouth and yawned once or twice and shook itself, and then got down off the mushroom and crawled away into the grass. Marilyn remarking as it went, "Oh, one side will grow make you grow taller as the as it went as it went, and I mean and the other side will make you grow shorter." The other side, one side of what? And one side of and the other side of what? Thought of Alice to herself. Of the mushroom, said the caterpillar, just as if she asked it out loud. In the moment, another moment, it was out of sight. Alice remained looking. Alice remained looked thoughtfully in the mushroom for a minute, trying to make out which were the two sides of it. And it was perfectly round. She found this a very difficult question. However, it at last she stretched her arms round as if it was far as it could go, and broke off in a bit of an edge with each hand. And now which is which? She said to herself. She nibbled it a little on the right hand, a bit, and tried to try the effect. Then the next moment she felt in a violent blow underneath her chin, and it struck her foot. She was a great deal frightened by this sudden change, but she felt that she was no time to be lost as she was shrinking rapidly. So she set to work to eat some of the other bit. Then her chin was pressed closely against her foot, and then it was hardly there was hardly room to open her mouth, but she did it at last and managed to swallow a morsel of the left hand bit. Come on, here's free at my head's free at last, said Alice in a tone of delight, which changed to alarm in a moment. When she found there was her shoulders nowhere to be found. Yeah, there was like someone smoking in this book here. All she said she could see is when she locked down, she was um in in mess um length of check, and seemed to rise like a stalk of the sea of green leaves, and they lay far below her. What can I all I mean her what can all this um wait mm, my head is free at last, said Alice in a tone of delight, which changed into alarm in in another moment when she found herself in shoulders where no one can be found. All she could see when she looked down was an attempt of a length of a neck, which seems to be rise like a stalk out in a sea of green leaves at lay far below. Okay. What can I what can all that green stuff be? Said Alice. And Alice and where have my shoulders gone to? And oh, my poor hands. What is how is I cannot see you? She was moving them about as she spoke, but no result seemed to be followed except for a shaking among the distant green leaves, as there were seemed to be no chance of getting her hands up into the head. and tried to get her head down to them. It was delighted to find her neck would be bent about easily in a direction, like a serpent, like she had succeeded to curve it down into a graceful zigzag. It was going to be dive into among the leaves, which she found to nothing but the tops of the trees under which she had been wandering. Then, in a sharp hiss, she made her draw back in a hurry. A large pigeon had flown into her face, and it was beating her violently with her wings. I gotta do a Williams voice. Serpent! Serpent! Oh wait, that's better. Serpent! Screamed the pigeon. I am not a serpent, said Alice indignantly. Leave me alone. Serpent! Serpent! I say it again, said the pigeon, but in a more subdued tone, and add a, a kind of sob. You tried to eat. I've tried everything, and nothing seems to suit them. Okay. I haven't at least, and I haven't at the least. I haven't at the least idea what you're talking about, said Alice. I tried the, I tried the roots of the trees. I have tried the banks, and I tried the hedges, said the pigeon went on, without attending to her. But those serpents, there's no pleasing them. As she was more puzzled and puzzled, she thought there was no use of saying anything more until the pigeon had finished. As if it wasn't trouble enough, had if it wasn't trouble hatching, if it wasn't trouble hatching the eggs, said the pigeon, I must I must be on the lookout for serpents day and night. Why, I haven't a wink of sleep these 3 weeks. I'm very sorry you're being annoyed, said Alice, who was beginning to see its meaning. And just I was taking the highest tree in the wood, continued the pigeon, raising its voice in a shriek. And I was thinking I should be free from them, and at last they must be come wrinkling down from the sky. Egg, serpent! But I'm not a serpent, I tell you, said Alice. Well, I, Well, what are you? Said the pigeon. I can see you're trying to invent something. I'm a little girl, said Alice. Rather doubtfully, as she remembered changes she had gone through to the day. A likely story indeed, said the pigeon in a tone of the deepest contempt. I have seen I have seen a good many little girls in my time, but there is no use of denying it, and there's no use of denying it. I suppose you will be telling me next you will taste. You never taste an egg. I have tasted eggs, said certainly said Alice, who wasn't a very who was a very truthful and honest child, who was a very honest child. But little girls eat eggs quite as much as serpents do, you know. I don't believe it, said the pigeon. But if they do, why? They can't kind of a serpent. Then they are kind of a serpent. That's why I can say. That's all I can say. That was such an idea for Alice that she was quite silent in a minute or two and gave the pigeon the opportunity to add, "You're looking for eggs, oh wait, you're looking for eggs, and I know that well enough that no matter what matter, what does matter to me, it doesn't matter to me whenever you're a little girl or serpent." "It matters a good deal to me," said Alice hastily, "but I'm not looking for eggs. It happens, and it was. I should meant yours. I don't like them raw." "We'll be often," said the pigeon, as a sulky tone, as it settled down again into its nest. Alice crouched down among the trees could as she could, for her neck down. I mean, for down. Crouched down among the trees as well as she could, for her neck kept getting entangled among the branches. Every now and then she stopped and untwisted it. After a while, she remembered that she still held the pieces of the mushroom of her hands. She still set to work carefully, nibbling first at one and then the other, and growing sometimes taller and sometimes shorter. She had succeeded to bring herself down with her unusual height. It was long since she had been trying near the right size, that she felt quite strange at first. She got used to a few minutes and began talking to herself. Usually comes come usually come. There's half my plan done now. Now puzzled all these things are. I never sure what ha- what ha- what I am going to be, and from a minute or another, however, I've got back into my right size. The next thing is to get the beautiful garden. How is that to be done? I wonder. As she became a pondering an open place with a little house in it, about 4 feet tall. How, who's who live whoever lives there? Alice said. Thought Alice. It will never do upon to the come upon them this size. Why I should frighten them with such wits. So she began nibbling at the right. hand again and then ventured to go near the house until she brought herself down at least 9 inches high. Okay. The Pig and Pepper, Chapter 6. For a minute or two, she looking upon the house, wondering what to do next, when suddenly a footman l- literally came to out the window. She considered him to be a footman because of the livery. Otherwise, judging among his face, she would have called him a fish, and rapped loudly from from the door with his knuckles. It was opened by the other footman in livery with the round face, the large the large eyes with a frog. Both footmen. I also noticed that the powdered hair of curled all over his heads over their heads. She felt very curious to know what was about. They crept a little way out of the wood to listen. She and crept away a little way out of the wood to listen. The fish footman began producing from under his arm, getting a letter near nearly as large as him, and this he handed over to the other, saying to the solemnary tone, "For the Duchess, an invitation from the Queen to play croquet." And the frog footman repeated in the same solemn tone, as changing from the order of words a little. From the Queen, I mean, from the Queen, an invitation for the Duchess to play croquet. Okay. Then they both bowed low, and their curls got entangled together. Alice laughed so much at this, she had to run back into the wood to fear for fear to her hearing her for their hearing her. And as she when she next she's neck pecked out with the fish footman was gone. The other was sitting on the ground near the door, staring stupidly up to the sky. She temptedly opened the door and knocked. There is no, there is no sense of using the. I mean, there is no there is no sort of use a knocking," said the footman, and and that too for two reasons. First, I must be on the same side of the door as you are. Secondly, because you are making such noise inside, no one is possibly can hear you. Could possibly hear you. And certainly there was actually extraordinary voices on. And certainly there was extraordinary noises going on within, and constant howling and sneezing, and every now and then there was a great crash as a dish or kettle was being broken into pieces. Please then, said Alice, how can I get in? There might be some senses in your knocking, said the footman went on, without without intending her. If we had to if we had the door between us, then instead you are inside. If you were inside, you might knock, and I could be letting you out, you know. He was looking up into the sky all the time he was speaking, and this Alice thought decidedly uncivil. But perhaps he can't help it. He can't help it, said she said to herself. His, his eyes are his, but perhaps he can't help. His eyes are very nearly on top of his head, but at rate he might answer questions, but I but how I could get in, said she repeatedly out aloud. I shall sit here, said the footman, till tomorrow. At this moment, the door of the house opened, and a large plate came skimming out, straight to the footman's head. It gazed. It has a graze. It just grazed his nose and broke into pieces against one of the trees behind him. Or maybe next day, maybe. The footman continued into the same tone. Exactly nothing had happened. How can I how do I how do I get in? Asked Alice again in a louder tone. Are you even getting in at all? And the footman said the footman. The first question, you know. That was not that was a doubt that only Alice did. That it was no doubt that only Alice did not like to be told so. It is really it's really dreadful, she muttered to herself. The way the creatures look argued, it's not enough for to happen one crazy to drive one crazy. The footman seemed to think this is a good opportunity to repeating his remark with variations. I shall sit here. I shall sit here. I shall sit here. I shall sit here. On and off for days and days. But when I, but what am I to do? Said Alice. Anything you like, said the footman, and began whistling. Oh, there's no use of talking to him, said Alice desperately. He's perfectly idiotic. He's perfect idiotic. And she opened the door and went in. Okay. And the door led right into a large kitchen which was full of smoke. And one and the end of the other, the Duchess was sitting in a three-legged stool in the middle, nursing a baby. The cook was leaning over the fire, staring in a large cauldron. and which seemed to be full soup. There's certainly too much pepper. I mean, there's simply too much pepper in that soup, said Alice said to herself as she could as she could for squeezing. There was certainly too much to of it in the air. Even the Duchess sneezed occasionally, as if the for the baby, as if for the baby, it sneezes and howly alternated without any moments to pause. The only two creatures in the kitchen that are not sneezing were the was the cook and a large cat, which was sitting on the hearth of and grinning from ear to ear. Please, would you tell me? Said Alice, with a little temptedly, for she wasn't quite sure what was good manners for her to speak. Why is your cat? Why your cat grins like that?
It's a Cheshire cat.
Mm,
It's a Cheshire cat.
said the Duchess,
And it's grit. And that's why. And that's why. Pig.
she said with a last. With a. She said with a last. She said last words as such silent, viol- with such violence that Alice quite jumped. She saw that another moment that it was addressed to the baby and not to her. So she took courage and went on again. I didn't know that Cheshire cats always grin. In fact, I didn't know that cats could grin.
They can.
Said the Duchess. And
And most of them do.
I don't know what to of anything that do. I don't know of any that do. Alice said, very polite and quite pleased for what got into a conversation.
You don't know much.
Said the Duchess. That
And that's a fact.
okay. Alice did not like did not Alice did not at all like the tone of this remark and thought it would as be introduced by some other subject with the conversation. While she was trying to fix a cook, I mean on one, the cook took the cauldron of soup off the fire and at once she worked I mean for once worked throwing everything with her reach at the Duchess and the baby. And the fire irons came first, and then followed a shower of saucepans and plates and dishes. The Duchess took no notice of them, even when they hit even when they hit her, and the baby was howling so much already that it was quite impossible for saying whatever it blows her it on or not. Oh, please, mine. Do you are what are you doing? Cried Alice. jumped up and down in an agony of terror. Oh, there goes the precious no his precious nose, as an usually large saucepan flew across by it and very nearly carrying it off. If it, if anybody mind their own business, said the Duchess, said in a hoarse growl, the world will go around and deal faster than it does. Which no one, which which would not be an advantage. I mean, which would not be an advantage, said Alice, who, who felt that very glad that to get opportunity to show off the little of her knowledge. Just think what to what work would what would make all that day and night. You see the earth. You see the earth. Um, just to think to work it would make in day and night. You see the earth takes 24 hours to turn around on its axis.
Talking about axes?
Said the Duchess.
Chop off her head!
Alice glanced rather anxiously at the cook, so to see if she meant to take a hint, but the cook was busily stirring the soup and seemed to not to be listening. So she went on again. 24 hours, I think. So it's 12. I.
Oh, don't bother me,
said the Duchess.
I could never bit figures. And with that, she began.
And that she began nursing her child again, singing a sort of lullaby to it. As she did so, she given it a violent shake at the end of very line.
Speak roughly to you little boy, and beat him in when he sneezes, and only does it to annoy because he knows it tease.
Wow. Okay. In which the cook and the baby joined. Wow, wow, wow. While the Duchess sang the violent verse of this song, she kept tossing the baby violently up and down, and the little thing howled so that Alice could hardly hear the words. I speak severely to my boy. I beat him when he sneezes, and for he can thoroughly enjoy the pepper when he pleases. This is wow, wow, wow. Here you may nurse it a bit if you like, said the Duchess to Alice.
Here, you may nurse it a bit, if you like,
said the the Duchess said to Alice, flight, flinging the baby into at her as she spoke. I must go, and I get ready to play croquet with the Queen. And she hurried out of the room. The cook, I mean, and the cook threw a frying pan at her as she went, but just missed her. Alice caught the baby with some difficulty, but it was a queer shaped little creature, it and held out its arms and legs in all directions, just like a starfish. Just like a starfish, thought Alice. Poor little thing, it snorted like a steam engine. Oh my gosh, toot toot. I think she's mentioning a train here. Okay, where was I? In the steam engine. Steam engine. Yeah. When she caught it, she kept doubting herself by a stranging itself out again. So this book was made in I think like there was like a steam engine. Okay, steam engine. When she caught it, doubtfully for what straightened out once again. So although together for the first minute or two, it was as much as it could be do she could do to hold it. As soon as she made out of her proper way nursing it, which was actually twist up to a sort of knot, and then kept tight hold to its right ear and right foot so as it prevent its undoing itself. She carried it out to the open air. If it if I don't take this child, if I mean if I don't take this child away from me, thought Alice, they'll sure to kill it. In a day or two, wouldn't be that be murder to be leave um it behind? She said the last two words out, and the little thing grunt in reply. E. It left some sneezing by this time. Don't grunt, said Alice. That's not a proper way to expressing yourself. And then the baby grunt again, and Alice looked very anxiously up into its face to see what's the matter with it. There could not be doubt that it had a very turned up nose. All right. Much more like a snout than a real nose. Also, its eyes are getting extremely small for a baby, although Alice did not like the look of it at all. But perhaps it was only sobbing, she thought, and looked into its eyes again, and see if there were any tears. No, there was no tears. If only I turned into a pig. If, if only, if you're going to turn into a pig, my dear, said Alice seriously, I have nothing more to do with you. Mind now. The poor little thing sobbed again, or grunt. It was possible to say which one, but they went on for some while in silence. Alice was beginning to think to herself, now what am I going to do with this creature when I get here, when I get home? When it grunted again so violently, she looked down to herself in its face in some alarm. This time there could not be no mistake about it, for it was neither more or less than a pig. Oh my gosh, it turned to a pig. Okay, she she felt like it would be quite absurd for her to carry it any further. So she set the little creature down and felt quite relieved that to see it trotted away quietly into the wood. If it had grown up, if it had grown up to see, if it had grown up, she said to herself, it would have been a dreadfully ugly child, but it would make it a rather handsome pig, I think. Pig. Okay. She began thinking over another child she knew who might who might be very well as pigs. It was saying to herself, if only you knew that the right way to change them. When it was the when she was startled by seeing the cat, seeing the Cheshire cat sitting on the of a bough of a tree a few yards off. The cat only grinned when it saw Alice. It looked good-natured, she thought. Still, very long claws and a great many teeth. So she felt though that to be treated with respect. Chesapeake, she began rather temptily as she did not as she did not all know whenever it would like to name like the name. However, it only grinned a little wider. However, it grinned a little wider. Come, this it's come come it's pleased so far. It's pleased so far. Come, it's pleased so far, thought Alice as she went on. Would you tell me, please, which way I ought to go from here? Okay, I'm gonna do the Cheshire Cat's voice. Alright, let's see. Um, it depends a good deal where you want to go. I mean, it depends of a good deal where you want to go, said the cat. I much care. I do not care where, said Alice. Then it doesn't matter for which way you go. Which way? So long as I get somewhere, added as Alice added as an explanation. Oh, you sure, dude? Oh, you're sure to do that, said the cat. If you if you're long if you're long along walk along enough. Alice felt like it could have been dreaded, so it tried another. She tried another question. What sort of people live hereabout? In that direction, said the cat, waving its right paw around. Lives the Hatter. In that direction. Waving the other paw, lives the March Hare. Visit either one. Visit either you like. They're both mad. But I don't want to go among mad people, said Alice remarked. Oh, you can't help that, Mo, said the cat. We're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad. How do you know that I'm mad? Said Alice. You must be, said the cat. Said the cat, or you would, or you wouldn't have been coming here. Alice think that proved it. It didn't think that proved it at all. However, she went on. And you, and how mad you know you're mad? To begin, to begin with, to begin with, said the cat. Dogs are not mad. You grunt that. I suppose so, said Alice. Well then, said the cat went on. You see, dogs growl when they're angry. It wags its tail when it's angry. Now I growl when I'm pleased. And when I wag my tail, I get angry. Therefore, I'm mad. I call it purring, not growling, said Alice. Call it whatever you like, said the cat. But but I mean, do you play croquet with the queen today? I should like it very much, said Alice, but I haven't been invited yet. You'll see me there, said the cat, and vanishes. Alice was not very surprised at this. She was getting so well used to the queer things happening. While she was looking at the place where it had been, and suddenly it appeared again. By the way, what became of the baby? Said the cat. I nearly forgot to ask. It turned to a pig, Alice answered very quietly, just as if the cat came back in a normal way. I thought it would, said the cat, and vanishing again, and Alice waited a little, after expecting to see it again, but it didn't appear. After a minute or two, she walked on the direction in which the March Hare was said to live. I seen hatters before, said to herself. The March Hare will be more interesting, and perhaps this is May, and it won't be raving mad, at least not so mad as is in March. As she said this, she looked up and there was the cat again, sitting on the branch of a tree. Did you say pig, pig, or fig? Said the cat. I said pig, said Alice. And I wish you wouldn't keep appearing, vanishing so suddenly. And you one and one quite giddy. All right, said the cat. And as time vanished quietly, slowly, and beginning the end of the tail and the and ending with the grin, in which remaining some time after the rest of it had gone. Well, I often seen a cat without a grin, thought Alice, but a grin without a cat, it's most curious, the most curious thing I have ever saw. She had not got she had not gone very further before she came in sight of the house of the March Hare. She thought it must have been the right house because of the chimneys were shaped like ears and the roof was stretched with fur. And it was so large of a house, she did she did not like to go neither till she actually nibbled some more of the left handed bit of the mushroom and raised herself into 2 feet high. And then she taught she walked towards the it rather tepidly, saying to herself, supposed to raving mad after all. I almost wish I had gone to see the Hatter instead. Okay. All right. A mad tea party. All right. Here's the Mad Hatter and the March Hare. Okay. There was a table instead of a set under the tree in front of the house. The March Hare and the Hatter were having a tea at um at it. A dormouse was sitting between them, fast asleep, and the other two were uh, using it as a cushion, resting their elbows on it, talking to its head. Uncomfortable for the dormouse, thought the thought Alice. Only it's asleep. I suppose it doesn't mind. Okay. The table was a large one, but the three of them were all crowded together, and one corner of the other. No room, no room. Okay, they cried out when they saw Alice in. There's plenty of room, said Alice indignantly. She said to down to uh, in a large arm in the end of the room. Have some wine, said the March Hare said in an encouraging tone. Alice looked around the table, but there was nothing but on it but tea. I don't see any wine, she remarked. There isn't any, said the March Hare. Then it wasn't very civil for you to offer it, said Alice angrily. It wasn't very civil for you to actually sit without being invited, said the March Hare. I didn't know this was your table, said Alice. It's laid in a great many more than three. Okay. Your hair is cutting, said the Hatter. He he had been looking at Alice for some time with great curiosity, and this is his first speech. You should learn. You should learn not to make personal remarks," said Alice with some suavity. "It's very rude." The the Hatter opened his eyes very widely for hearing this, but all he was saying, "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" Okay, come. Come. We shall see how. Come. We shall have some fun now, thought Alice. I'm glad to make. They began asking riddles. I can believe I could guess this, that, guess that, she said out loud. Do you mean you can? Do you mean what you think you can find out the answer to it? Said the March Hare. Exactly so, said Alice. Then you should say, what do you mean? Said the March Hare went on. I do, hastily, Alice hastily rapid. At least I mean what to say that's the same thing I know. Not the same thing. I mean, why not the same thing? uh, uh, wait, I lost track. Okay, there it is. Not the same thing a bit, said the Hatter. Why, you must not be. You might as well actually say that and say, I eat is with the same thing as I eat what I see. You might as well just as say, well, say, add the March Hare. That that I like what I get, and the same thing as I get what I like.
You may, you may as well, you might just as well.
I supposed to be like sleepy.
You might as well, you might just well say.
Add the dormouse. Which seemed to be actually talking to its sleep.
That I breathe when I sleep is the same thing as I sleep when I breathe.
Okay. It's the same thing about with you, said the Hatter. And here the conversation dropped. And here this conversation dropped. The party sat silent in a minute when while Alice took over and she could remember the Ravens was a with riding desk wasn't much. The Hatter was in first to break the silence. What day of the month it is? I tried to say so myself. He said and turning to Alice, he actually um he actually taking his watch out of his pocket and was looking it uneasily and shaking it and every now and then and holding it to his ear. Alice considered a little, then said, "The fort?" "Two days wrong," said the Hatter. "I told you butter won't suit the works." He added and looked angrily at the March Hare. "It was it was the best butter," said the March Hare meekly replied. "Well, yes, but still the crumbs must be gotten in as well." "The crumbs," the Hatter grumbled. "You should have actually put in with the butter knife." Let's think about butter knife. Okay, the March Hare um, took the watch and looked at it gloomily, and then he dipped it into his cup of tea. Oh wow! And and looked it at again, but it could think of bare nothing better to say than his remark. It was the it was the best butter, you know. Alice would have been looking over his shoulders, and once in curiosity, what a funny watch, she remarked, and tells the day of the month. It doesn't know what um what o'clock it is. I mean, oh, what a funny watch! She tell she tells remark. It does it tells the day and the month, but not it doesn't tell what o'clock it is. Why should it? Muttered the Hatter. Does your watch tell you what year it is? Of course not, said Alice, replied very readily. But there's but that's because it stays in the same year for such a long time together. In which in case it's with and just in case with mine, said the Hatter. Just Alice felt very dreadfully puzzled. The the Hatter's remark seemed to her to have no sort of meaning to it, and yet it's certainly English. "I don't quite understand you," she said, as polite as she could. "Oh my gosh! Oh my! The dormouse is sleeping again." "We'll try to think," said the Mad Hatter, and he poured a little hot tea among his nose. "This will actually bring some tea for him. This will wake him up." Oh my gosh. Sounds like this guy's trolling. The dormouse the dormouse shook his head impatiently and said with open eyes, of course, just what I was going to make myself." "Have you guessed the riddle yet?" said the Hatter, turning into Alice again. "No, give no, I give it up," said Alice. "What's the answer?"
I have not the slightest idea.
said the Hatter. Nor I, said the March Hare. Alice like warily. I think you might do something better in that time, she said. Not then wasting it in asking riddles. You don't have no answers.
If you knew time as well as I do,
said the Hatter.
you wouldn't even talking. You would have talk of wasting time. It's him. If you wouldn't talk about wasting it, it's him.
I do not know what you mean, said Alice.
Of course you don't.
Said Alice, tossing his head contemptuously.
I dare you say you even spoke to time. I dare you say you never even spoke to time.
Perhaps not, uh, cautiously, Alice cautiously replied. I know, but I know I have to beat time when I learn music.
But there's, but accounts to for it.
Said the Hatter.
He won't be standing stand beating. No, for only if you kept for those good terms. With him, and do almost anything you like with the clock. For instance, suppose that it were 9 o'clock and the morning is just being begin lessons, and you have to whisper the hint to time, and the round goes to the clock in a twinkling, 1:30, and time for dinner.
I only wish it was, said the air to itself in a whisper. It would be grand, certainly, said Alice thoughtfully, but then I shouldn't be hungry for it. You know,
Not at
I mean,
not at first, perhaps, said the Hatter, but you can keep it and pass one as long as you like, as the way you.
as the way you managed, asked Alice. Alice, is is that the way you managed? Asked Alice. The Hatter shook his head mournfully. Mournfully,
Nor I.
he replied.
We quiver as let's march. Just before he went mad, you know.
pointing to his finger, pointing to his teaspoon at the March Hare.
It was a great concern, giving it by the Queen of Hearts. I had to sing. Sing. Twinkle, twinkle, little that, how I wonder where at. You know the song, perhaps?
I heard something like that, said Alice. Goes
It goes on, you know.
said the cat. The hat continued in this way.
Up above the world you fly, like a tea tray in the sky. Twinkle, 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 twinkle. actually know about a song like that, let me know.
Here the dormouse shook itself. It began singing in its sleep.
Twinkle, 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 twinkle.
It went on so long it actually wrapped its pitch into make it stop. Well, I hardly fit.
Well, I hardly finished the first verse,
Said the Hatter. When the queen bawled out,
when the queen bawled out, he's murdering the time of his off with his head out the time.
"Oh, how dreadful!" said Alice, explain. I mean, wait,
When I hardly finished this first verse,
said the Hatter.
when the queen bowed out, he's murdering the time off with his head.
"Oh, how dreadfully savage!" exclaimed Alice. And whenever you sit, and ever since that,
And ever since that,
said the actor, went on with a mournful voice.
he won't be a thing. I ask. It's always 6 o'clock now. It's always 6 o'clock.
A bright idea came to Alice's head. Is that the reason you so many tea things you put out there? She asked.
Yes, that is.
Said the Hatter with a sigh.
It's always tea time. We have no time to wash things while between whiles. Is this tea?
When you actually then you keep moving around, I suppose, said Alice.
It's exactly so,
Said said the Hatter.
as things are used up.
But what happened? But what happens when you come to the beginning again? Alice ventured to ask. Suppose that we change the subject, said said the March Hare, interrupting, yawning. I'm getting tired of this. I vote for the young lady to tell us a story. I'm afraid I don't know one, said Alice, rather alarmed with at the proposal. Then out the dormouse then the dormouse shall, both cried. Wake up, dormouse! Then they pitched up on the both sides at once. Pitch on both sides at once. Ugh. Dormouse slowly opened his eyes.
I wasn't sleeping.
It was as a it was in a hoarse, feeble sound.
I heard everything you fellows were saying.
Tell us a story, said the March Hare. Yes, please do, pleaded Alice.
Better make it quick,
Added the Hatter.
or I will be sleeping again before it's done. Or else you'll be sleeping again before it's done.
Okay, once upon a time, there were three little sisters.
Said the Dormouse, began in a great hurry.
And their names were Elsie, Lacey, and Killy, and they live in the bottom of a whale.
What they what they live on? Said Alice, who was took a great interest in questions and eating and drinking.
They live in a trickle.
Said the Dormouse. After thinking in a minute or two, they could have done that, you know. They could have done that, you know. Alice gently remarked. They be, they haven't been ill,
So they were.
said the Dormouse.
Very you.
Alice tried to be a little fancy to herself when such an extraordinary way to living would be like, but puzzled her too much, so she went on. But why did they leave? Then what did they live in the bottom of a whale?
Take some more tea.
I mean, take some more tea, said the March Hare to Alice, very earnestly. I had nothing yet, Alice replied with an offended tone. So I can't take more.
You mean you can't take less?
said said the Hatter.
It's very easy to take more than nothing.
Nobody asked your opinion, said Alice,
Who's making any personal remarks now?
said Hatter asked triumphantly. Okay. Alice did not quite know what to say or to do this, so she helped herself to some tea and butter and bread and butter, and then turned into the Dormouse. It repeated her question.
Why did they live in the bottom of a whale?
The Dormouse took a minute or two to think about it, and then
It was a trickle whale.
the Dormouse took a minute or two to think about it, and then said again,
It was a trickle whale.
There is no such thing, said Alice very begins was beginning to be very angrily, but the Hatter and March Hare went,
Shush, 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 shush.
and the Dormouse sulkily remarked,
If you can't be civil, you better finish the story yourself.
No, please go on, said Alice, very humbly. I won't interrupt again. I dare say there may be one,
One indeed.
said the Dormouse indignantly. However, he was consent to go on.
And so these three little sisters were learning to draw. You know,
What did they draw? Said Alice, quite forgetting her promise.
trickled.
Said the Dormouse without considering at all at this time.
I want a clean up.
Interrupted Alice.
Let's go move on. One place on. Will I get back for more tea?
He moved as on his own spoke, and the Dormouse followed him. The March Hare moved into the Dormouse's place, and Alice rather unwillingly to take the place of the March Hare. The Hatter was only one of the only one who got the advantage to from the change, and then Alice wasn't a good deal worse off than before, as the March Hare had just upset the milk judge into his place and did not wish to be offended the mouse dormouse again. Alice did not wish to offend the dormouse again, so she began very cautiously. But I don't understand where we draw they draw trickle from.
You can draw the water out of the water well.
said the said the Hatter.
So I should think that you could draw the trickle out of the trickle well. Stupid.
But there were no there were in but they were in the whale. But they're in the whale, said Alice. Alice said to the Dormouse, not choosing to notice this last one.
Of course they were.
Said the Dormouse.
Ah, trick. Well, and answer. Well, in.
This answers so confused poor Alice, and went and she left the Dormouse go on with some time without interrupting it. They were learning to draw.
They were learning to draw.
The Dormouse went on yawning and rubbing its eyes, for it was getting very sleepy.
Ah, good night. And then they drew many, and they drew all manner of things, everything. It begins to with an. Yeah, good night. I need some sleep.
Why would an why would an Alice said. Why not? Said the March Hare. Alice was silent. Dormouse had closed its eyes by this time, and it was going off into a doze, but on being pitched by the Hatter, it woke it up again with a little shriek and went on.
It begins with an M,
Such a mouse.
such as mouse traps, and the moon, and memory, and muchness. And you say things are much of a muchness. Do you ever see such a thing as drawn of a muchness?
Really, now ask. Really, now you ask me, said Alice in much confusion. I, I think not. Then you shouldn't ask. Then you shouldn't talk. I mean, That's the Hatter.
Then you shouldn't talk.
Said the Hatter. The piece of rudeness was more than Alice can bear. She got up in a great disgust and walked off. The Dormouse fell asleep instantly, and rather of the others took at least no notice for her going. Through she looked back. Once or twice, half hoping that they would actually call her. Last time, she's last time she saw them putting trying to put the Hador mouse into the pot. At any at any rate, I'll never go there ever again. She said as she picked up her way into the wood. It's the stupidest tea party I ever was in my whole entire life. Just as she said as she noticed, one of the trees had a door leading to it. That's very curious, she thought, but everything's curious today. I think I may act as well go on once. And she went. Once more, she found herself in a long hall, and close to the glass table. Now I'll manage better this time, she said to herself, and she began taking the little golden key and unlocking the door and lead to the garden, and set to work nibbling with the mushroom she kept off in umming of it in her pocket till she was about a foot tall high. Then she walked down to the little passage, and then she found herself just at last in the beautiful garden with bright flower beds and the cool fountains. Okay, break time. Okay, I gotta fix something to eat. While we actually watch the trains, I'm gonna actually put by myself a little, something to eat. in the chat. I'm gonna get some lunch. As soon as I'm actually done reading, I'll make eating. We'll continue to talk. Actually, I had to turn off the trains at this while I was reading the book because it might actually it might interrupt my reading. It might actually make a lot of noises. Some people actually can't even actually read while I'm reading. So. I had to get some water because I'm a little. My throat's a little dry right now. I really love that cheese hot dog. Right. Right. Now let's park my train right here. Okay, time's over. I just needed this go out, and that's all. Alright. Hope you actually bring the likes into my video so we can actually continue the story. I almost forgot about that. Yep. Alright. If you actually want to know how much I really like, if you want to know how I actually voice act the queen, then give me a thumbs up. Okay, I'm back. All right. The Queen's Cocaine Round. All right. This is gonna be This is gonna be where the Queen is. The large, the large rose red should be near at the entrance of the garden. The rose was growing with the roses were growing on it were white, but there were three gardeners at it. Busily painting them red. Alice thought it was a very curious thing, and she went nearing watch to watch them. And it just as it came by to leave them, she heard them one say, looking out one out five. Look out, five! Don't splash it again over me like that. I mean, look out, five! Don't splash it over the paint over me like that.
I couldn't help it.
Said the said the said five with a sleepy tone.
Seven jogged my elbow.
Which on which seven looked up and said, "That's right, that's right, five. Always lay the blame on others."
You better not talk. You better not talk.
Said five.
I heard the Queen say only yesterday you deserve to be beheaded.
What for? Said the one who um who had spoken first. That's none of your business, too, said seven.
Yes, it is his business. Yes, it is his business. I'll tell him. It was for bringing the cook tulip roots instead of onions.
Seven flung down his brush and just began. Well, like, well, of course, all of this just adjust things when when his eye. Well, of all the adjust things when his eyes chanced up to fall upon Alice he as she stood watching them. She checked themselves suddenly at the others, looked around also, and all of them bowed low. Would you would you tell, please? Said Alice with a little tempty. Why are you painting those roses? Five and seven said nothing, but look at two. Two began to in a began with a low voice. Why, the this the fact is, you see, miss, this is though a to have been a rose tree, and we put white by mistake. And if the queen find it out, we should all have be her heads cut off. You know. So you see, Miss, we're doing our best. Therefore, she comes too. At this moment, five who had been anxiously looking across the garden called out, "The queen! The queen! I mean, the queen! The queen!" And the three gardeners intensely threw themselves flat upon their faces. And there was sound of many footsteps, and the and Alice looked up, round, eager to see the queen. First, there were ten soldiers carrying clubs. These were all shaped in the gardeners, oblong and flat, and their heads are all at their corners, and the courtiers as they were ornamented all over the diamonds, and the walk walked the two and two as the soldiers did. After these came the royal children. They were in ten. There were 10 of them, and the 10 of them, and the little deers came jumping merrily along hand in hand in couples. They were all an ornament in hearts. Next to the guests mostly kings and queens, and among them Alice recognized the white rabbit. It was talking in a hurried, nervous manner, smiling and everything it was saying when it went by without noticing her. Then, followed by the knave of hearts carrying the king's crown and the crimson velvet cushion, and and at and last of all was the passion procession came the king and queen of hearts. Alice was rather doubtfully whether she would no thought of not lie there on her face like the three gardeners, but she could never remember having heard such rule of processions. And besides, what would they be used for processions? She thought. If people were all to lie down on their faces they couldn't see it, they couldn't see it. So she was there and waited where she was. So she stood where she was and waited. When the procession came the opposite to ours, all stopped at her, and the Queen of Swords severely said, "Who is this?" said that said she said to the knave of hearts, who bowed and smiled in reply. "Idiot!" said the queen, tossing her head impatiently, turning to Alice and went, "What is your name, child?" "Alice. My name is Alice. So it's so please, your majesty," said Alice, very polite, but add to herself, but add to herself, Why are they all in a pack of cards after all? I, I did not to be afraid of them,
And who are these?
said the queen, pointing at the three gardeners who were lying ro- around the rose tree over. For you see, they were lying on their faces and pattern on their backs and saying same as the rest of the pack. She could not tell whenever there were gardeners or soldiers or courtiers or even like three of her own children. How should I know? Said Alice, surprised in her own courage. It's no business of mine. The queen turned crimson in fury, and after glaring at her at one moment like a wild beast, and began, "Off with her head! Off with her!" "Nonsense!" said Alice, very loudly, undecidedly, with the queen of was silence. The king laid his upon to her and temptly said, "Consider her, my dear, she's just a child." The queen turned angrily from him and said to the knave, "Turn him over." The knave did so, but the knave did so very carefully with one foot. "Get up!" said the queen with a shrill, loud voice, and the queen and the Greek gardeners intensely jumped up and began to bowing to the queen and I mean the king and queen and the royal family and everyone else. "Leave off that!" screamed the queen. "You make me giddy!" said and turned down and and the and turned down to the rose tree. She went on. "What have you been doing here?" "May you, may it please your majesty?" the pr- said to in a very humble tone, going down with one knee as he spoke. We were trying,"
I see,
said the queen, who had been meanwhile been exclaiming a toast.
off with the heads!
And the procession of moving on. The three soldiers remaining to behind and executing the four fortunate gardeners who ran to Alice for protection. "You won't be beheaded," said Alice. So she put them in a large flower pot under, I mean, that a large flower pot that stood near, and the three soldiers were wandering about in a minute or two, looking for them, and then quietly marched off to the others.
Are the heads off?
Shouted the queen. "Their heads are gone," Please, your majesty? The soldiers shouted and replied.
That's right,
Said the queen.
can we play croquet?
The, the soldiers were silent and looked at Alice as the question was inventedly went for. Was meant for her. Yes, said Alice. Shouted Alice, I mean.
Come on then!
Roared the queen, and Alice joined the procession, wondering much for what happened next.
It's a very fine day,
said a temp voice at her side. She was walking. She was walking with the white rabbit, who was peeping anxiously into her face. Very, said Alice. Where's the Duchess? Hush! Like, hush, hush! Hush, hush! Said the rabbit in a low, hurried voice. He looked anxiously for his shoulder as he spoke and raised his himself upon his tiptoe and put his self upon tiptoe and his mouth closed in one ear and whispered at she's under she's under she's under sentence of execution. What for, Alice? Did you say what a pity? Said the said the rabbit. No, I didn't, said Alice. I think it's all pity if I say what for. She she boxed the she boxed the she boxed the queen's ear. She boxed the queen's ear, said the rabbit began. And Alice gave a little scream of laughter. Oh, hush, said the rabbit, whispered into a frightened tone. The queen will hear you. You see, she came after late. She came rather late, and the queen said,
get into your places.
Shouted the queen in voice of thunder. And the people began running about in all directions, tumbling up against each other. However, they got settled down in a minute or two. And the game began. Alice thought she had never seen such a curious croquet ground in her life. Which was fridge with pharaohs. The croquet balls were actually live hedgehogs, and the mouths were live from mangoes. Sounds like kind of like a little Sonic here, being whacked by like some kind of like mm, pink bird or something, or Shadow the Hedgehog, for that matter. The soldiers were had doubled themselves and standing on their heads and feet and make arcs. Okay, they make themselves as arxes. The chief, the chief difficultly Alice found that it was found at first was managing her own flamingo. She succeeded to get into its body and tucked it away comfortably enough to under her arm with its legs hanging down. But generally, just as she got to her its neck nicely straightened out, it was going to give the hedgehog a blow with its head. Okay. It would twist itself around and look up to her face, in which the pup showed expression that she could have helped bursting and laughing. And when she had gotten to its head it down, it was going to begin again. It was provoking. It was very provoking to find the hedgehog had unrolled itself. And it was in in the act of crawling away. Besides all of this, it was generally a rage or a earl in the way of whatever she want to send and hedgehog to. And as the double soldiers were always getting down and walking off for the others parts to of the ground, I was soon came to the conclusion that it was a difficult game indeed. The players all played all at once without waiting for turns equality in the wild and fighting for the hedgehogs. And in very short time, the queen was in a furious passion and went stamping about, shouting, "Off with his head!" or "Off with her head!" And once in a minute, once began to feel very uneasy for sure. She has not yet to be any despite with the queen, but when she knew that it might happen any minute, and then thought she would actually become what would become of me? They're dreadfully fond in being beheaded people here. The great wonder is that this is any one left alive. It was looking about with some way to escape and wondering whatever she could do to get away from being seen. When she noticed that the curious appearance in the air, the puzzled where she found very much first, but watching it a minute or two, she found it to be a grin. Okay. And she herself said to herself, "It's the Cheshire Cat. Now I should have somebody to talk to." "How are you getting on?" said the cat. As soon as the mouth was there was the mouth enough to speak with, she waited for the eyes to appear and then nodded. It's no speaking to it, said Owlet, she thought, until its ears have come, or at least one of them. In another minute, the, the whole head appeared, and then Alice put down her flamingo and began to account of the game. Feeling very glad she actually had someone to listen to. The cat seemed to think there's enough of it. And now in sight, and no one could actually make it more it to appear. I don't think they play all fairly. Alice began in rather a complaint tone. And they all quarrel so dreadfully. One can't even hear oneself speak. And they don't even seem to have any rules in particular. At least if there are errant, nobody attends to them, and you have no idea how confusing it is to all things being alive. For instance, there is art. There's the arch, and I got to go through next walking about and the other end of the ground, and have I should have croqueted the queen's hedgehog just now. Only ran away when I it saw someone coming. How do you like the queen? I mean, how do you like the queen? Said the cat in a low voice. Not at all, said Alice. She's extremely just. And just then she noticed that the queen was close behind her and listened. So went as she went on.
Likely win?
I mean, as as she went on, is so extremely too likely to win that it's hardly worth to finish the game. The queen smiled and passed on. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Who are you talking to? I mean, said the king, coming up to Alice and looking at the kit, the cat's head with great curiosity. It's my friend. It's a friend of mine, the Cheshire Cat, said Alice. Allow me to introduce you, Joe. I don't like the look of it at all, said the king. However, you may kiss my hand if it likes. I'd rather not, the cat remarked. Don't be impertinent, said the cat. Said the king. And don't look at me that like that. He got out. He got behind Alice as he spoke. A cat may look at the king. A cat may look at the king, said Alice. I have read that some book. I don't remember where. Well then, this cat. It must be removed, said the king, and very decidedly. and called to the queen, who passing the moment.
My dear, I wish you could actually have this cat removed.
The queen had only one way to settle difficulties, great or small.
Off with her head! Off with his head!
She said without even looking around. I'll fetch the executioner myself, said the king eagerly and hurried off. Alice thought she might as well actually go back and see the game was working, was going, how the game was going, as she heard the queen's voice in the distance screaming in passion. She had already heard her sentence of three of the players to be executed and have missed their heads, and she did not like the looks of it at all. As the game was such a confusion, she had never knew whenever it was her turn or not. So she went off in search of her hedgehog. The hedgehog was engaged to a fight with another hedgehog, which the hedgehog seemed to Alice with an excellent opportunity for croqueting with them with each other. The only difficulty was her flamingo was gone across the other side of the garden, where Alice could see it trying to be helpless, sort of to fly up into of a tree. By time she had the flamingo brought it back, the fight was over, but both the hedgehogs were out of sight. But it doesn't look. But it doesn't. But it doesn't much matter, thought Alice, as it as all the archers were gone from the side of the ground. She she tucked away her arm, and it might not escape again. Okay, and went back to have more of the conversation with a friend. When she got back to the Cheshire Cat, she was surely surprised to find quite a large crowd collecting around it. There was the spite going to between the executioner, the king, and the queen, who were talking all at once, while the rest were quite silent and looked very uncomfortable. The moment Alice appeared, she was appealed to by all three of the cell of the question. They repeat their arguments on her through as they spoke as they spoke all at once. She found it hard to make it exactly what they said. The executioner's argument was that you couldn't cut off a head unless you had the body to cut off from, and he had never had do such a thing before, and he wasn't going to begin with his time in life. The king's argument was anything to actually had a head could be beheaded. But it weren't for the talk of nonsense. The king's argument was that if something was done about it in less than one time, Then she had everybody executed all, all around. It was the last remark that it made for the whole party to look so grave and anxious. Alice could think of nothing else to say, but it belongs to the Duchess. It belongs to the Duchess. You better ask her about it,
She's in prison!
said the Queen to the executioner. Fetch her! Fetch her here! And the executioner went off like an arrow. The cat's head just began to fading away, and moment as he was gone, and by the time he had been back with the Duchess, it had entirely disappeared. So the king and the executioner ran wildly up and down looking for it, while the rest of the party went back to the game. Okay. Okay. This is I suppose that this is chapter 9 here. You can't think of the Mox Turtle story. Okay. You can't think of Glad I had to be more like the judges. You can't you you can't think how glad I am to see you again, you dear old thing, said the Duchess, as she has tucked her affectionately tucked her arm affectionately to Alice's, and they walked off together. Alice was very glad to find her very in a pleasant temper, and thought of herself with a perhaps it was the pepper that made her so savage and went and met in the kitchen. Okay, okay. When I when I was a duchess, said she said to herself, not in a hopeful tone though. I won't have I won't have pepper in my kitchen at all. Soup does very well without. Maybe it was the pepper that makes people hot tempered. She went on, maybe much pleased, much pleased having found in a found in a much pleased to having found out that the new kind of rule and then and then and vinegar had made makes them sour, and the caramel
makes it makes them bitter, and the barley sugar and such things would make the children sweet tempered and make such things that make children sweet tempered. I only wish we you knew that, then you wouldn't be stingy about it. Okay. She had found for she had quite forgotten that the Duchess by this time, and then she was startled to hear her voice, and close to her ear. You're thinking of something, my dear, and that makes you forget to talk. I can't tell you now that I am moral of that is, and I shall remember it a bit. Perhaps it hasn't won, Alice ventured to remark. Tut tut, child, said the Duchess. Everything is going moral if you only can find it. She squeezed herself up and closer to Alice's side as she spoke. Alice did not much to keep her so close to her. First, because the Duchess was very ugly, and secondly, she was exactly the right height to rest the chin on Alice's shoulder. It was not a comfortably sharp chin. However, she did not like to be rude, so she bore it as well as she could. The game is rather the game's going rather better now, she said by the way she keep the conversation a little. So it is, said the Duchess. And moral of that is, ooh, is 'tis love that makes the world go round. Somebody said Alice whispered, but that's by everyone minding their own business. Well, it means much to say something the same thing, said the Duchess, digging her sharp little chin into Alice's shoulder as added. And the moral of that is to take care of the sense, and the sounds will take care of themselves. How fond of she is finding morals in things. Alice thought of herself. I dare you to say, I dare say you are wondering why I did not put my arm around my waist, said the Duchess after a pause. And the reason is, I am doubtful. I am doubtful for the temper of your flamingo. Sh- shall I try experiment? He might bite. Okay. Alice cautiously replied, feeling not feeling that anxious of how the experiment tired. Very true, the the Duchess said the Duchess. Flamingos must flamingos and mustards both bite, and the moral of that it's birds of a feather that flock together.
Only mustard's only mustard isn't a bird, said said Alice remarked it. Right as usual, said the Duchess. And what a clear way to have a putting things as a mineral as a mineral I thought as a mineral I think, said Alice. Of course it is, said the Duchess, to seem to really agree to something that Alice said. There is a large mustard mine here near here. I mean, and the moral of that is the more it's there's more of a mine. If there is, of course. I mean, oh, there is a large mustard mine here, and the moral of that is the more of this of is a mine. Is that the less there is of yours? Oh, I know, exclaimed Alice, who did not attend to the last mark. It's a vegetable. It doesn't look like one, but it is. I quite agree with you, said the Duchess, and the moral of this to be what you would seem to be, or if you like, putting more simply, never imagine yourself not to be otherwise than you what than what you might be appear is others that you were might have been is not otherwise that what you had been would be appeared to them to be otherwise. I think I should understand that better, Alice said, very politely. If I had written down, then I can't quite follow it, as you say it. There's nothing to do. What I can do if I say choose, said that the Duchess replied in a pleased tone. I pray don't trouble yourself and say longer than that. I mean, pray don't trouble yourself to say any longer things than that, said Alice. Oh, don't talk to about trouble, said the Duchess. I make you a present of everything I said as yet. A cheap short of present, thought Alice. I'm I'm glad they didn't give birthday presents like that. She said that, not ventured to say it out loud. Thinking again, said the Duchess, asked, with another dig of sharp little chin. I have the right to think. I mean, I have a right to think, said Alice sharply, for it was beginning to feel a little worried. Just about as much right, said the Duchess, as pigs have to fly, and in the... But here, to Alice's surprise, the Duchess' voice died away in the middle of the word moral. In the arms of linked to hers began to tremble. She looked up, and there stood the Queen in front of them, with her arms folded, frowning with a thunderstorm. Fine day, Your Majesty, the Duchess began in a low,
weak voice. Now I give you a fair warning, shouted the queen, stamping down to the ground as she spoke. Either your head must be off, and that about no time. Take a choice.
Thanks everyone. The Duchess took her choice and was gone in a moment. Let's go on with the game, said the queen said to Alice, and Alice was so much frightened to say a word, but slowly she followed back to the croquet ground. The other guests were taking advantage from the queen's absence, and they were resting in the shade. However, in a moment, they saw her and hurried back into the game. The queen merely remarking at a moment's delay and would cost them their lives. All of them were the queen, playing the queen and never left off quarreling with their other players and shouting off with their head and shouting, "Off with his head!" or "Off with her head!" Those whom she sentenced were actually even taken with custody by the soldiers, who of course to leave off being archers to do this, so that by the end of the half of the hour or so, there was no archers left, and all the players except for the king and queen and Alice were in custody under sentence of execution. Then the queen left out quite out of breath and said to Alice, Have you seen the mock turtle yet?" "No," said Alice. "I had never known what a mock turtle is."
It's the thing the mock turtle soup is made from," said the queen.
"I have never saw or heard of one."
"Come on then," said the queen, "and I'll show and you shall tell and he shall tell you his history."
As they walked together, Alice heard the king said in a low voice to the company generally, "You are all pardoned." "Come, that's a good thing," she said to herself, for she felt unhappy at the number of executions that the queen had ordered. They were very soon came upon a griffin laying fast asleep in the sun. If you know, if you don't know what a griffin is, look at the picture. Well, I already know what a griffin looks. A griffin's supposed to be kind of like that eagle slash eagle slash lion sort of thing. Yeah.
lazy thing, said the queen, and take this young lady to see the mock turtle, and you hear his story. I must go back and see some executions I have ordered. She walked off, leaving the Alice alone with the griffin. Alice didn't know what quite the living didn't quite like the look of the creature, but the whole she thought she would quite as safe. It could be quite as safe to say what it was to go after the savage queen. Wait. So she waited. The griffin sat up and rubbed its eyes, and then watched the queen until she was out of sight, and then chuckled. What fun, said the griffin, half to itself. To Alice. What is the fun? Said Alice. Why, she, said the griffin. It's all her fancy, that, and they never execute, and they never execute nobody. You know, come on. Everyone else, everyone says come on here, thought Alice as she went slowly after it. I never was ordered about before in my life, never. They had not gone so far before they saw the mock turtle in the distance, sat, say, sitting sad and lonely with a ledge, on a ledge. Okay, of a rock, a little ledge of rock. And as they came nearer, Alice I mean, could hear him sighing as if he was heartbroken. She pitied him deeply. What is his sorrow? She asked the griffin, and the griffin answered nearly at the same words before. He's all fancy, that, and he hasn't got sorrow. You know, come on. So they went up to the mock turtle, who looked at them with large eyes and full of tears, and had said nothing. This here young lady, said the griffin, she wants to know what your history. She wants to know what do you do your history. She do. I want to tell her, said the mock turtle in a deep voice and tone. Sit down. and both of you, and both of, sit down, both of you. and then don't speak a word until I finish. So they sat down, and no spoke and spoke, and didn't nobody spoke for some minutes, until Alice thought to herself, I don't see how he can ever finish if he doesn't begin. She waited impatiently. Once, said the mock turtle at last, with a deep sigh voice, I was a real turtle. These words were actually followed by the long silence broken
and occasionally exclamation from the from the griffin, who exact a heavy sobbing over the mock of the mock turtle. Alice was nearly give it, getting up and saying, "Thank you, sir, for an interesting story," but she could not help thinking there must be more to come. So she sat and said nothing. When I when we were little, the mock turtle went on at last, from calmly throughout still sobbing like a little now and then. We went to school and in the sea. The master was an old turtle, and he used to call him a tortoise. The tortoise. Why would you call him a tortoise if he wasn't one? He asked. We call him tortoise because he taught us, said the mock turtle angrily. We really are, really, you are a little very dull. Really, you are really dull. Ought to be ashamed of yourself for asking such a simple question, said the griffin. And then they both said silent and looked at poor Alice, who felt ready to sink into the earth. At last, the griffin said to the mock turtle, "Drive on and fell, old fellow. Be don't be all day. I mean, actually, drive on, old fellow. Don't be all day about it." And he went on to his words. Yes, we went to school together and thought we may not believe it. I never said I didn't, interrupt Alice. You did, said the mock turtle. Hold your tongue, said the griffin. Before Alice could speak again, the mock turtle went on. We had the best educations, in fact, and went to school every day. I have been to a day school before, said Alice. You need you need not to be so proud at all. With the extras? I can't take it anymore, asked the with extras. Asked the mock turtle, and a little anxiously. Why, yes, Alice said. We learned math. We learned French and music. And watching? Said the mock turtle. Certainly not, said Alice indignantly. Ah, then yours wasn't really a really good school. The mock turtle, in a tone with a great relief. Now that yours we had in the end of the bill. French music and washing extra. You couldn't actually want it much. I mean, you could have wanted it much, said Alice, living into the bottom of the sea.
I couldn't afford to learn it, said the mock turtle with a sigh. If only took regulation, of course. Okay, what was that? Inquired Alice. Real, reeling and roofing, of course, would begin with the the mock turtle replied, and then the different branches. Electromagnetic ambition, destruction, amplification, and destruction. I have never heard about aggravation, said Alice, ventured to what to say. What is it? The griffin lifted up both of its paws in surprise. Never heard of uglifying, said it exclaimed. You, you know what to beauty it is. You know what beautify is, I suppose. Oh, yes, said Alice doubtfully. It means to be like much anything, much make anything pretty. Well then, uh, said Griffin, said the Griffin went on. If you don't know what uglify means, then you are a simpleton. Alice did not. Alice did not. Alice did not. Don't feel encouraged for asking more questions about it. So she turned to the mock turtle and said, "What else did you learn?" Well, there was mystery, said the mock turtle replied. The mock turtle replied, counting as the subjects as he flappers. Mystery and ancient modern and geography and drawing. The drawing master was an old conjurer that used to work. That used to come once a week. He taught us drawing and sketching and fading in coils. What was it like? Said Alice. Well, I can't show you all you myself, said the mock turtle. Said I am too stiff, and the griffin never learned it. Hadn't time, said the griffin. I went to I went to chase the classical master, though. He was an old crab. He was. I never went with him, said the mock turtle. The mock turtle said with a sigh. he he taught us laughing and grief, and used to say. He turned in the both creatures, and as and used to say, "So he did, so he did," said the griffin, sighing in his own turn.
and both creatures hid their faces in their paws. How many hours a day did you do lessons? Alice, said Alice in a hurried change of subject. Okay. 10 hours, I mean, 10 hours a day. And the first day, said the mock turtle. 9 in the next one, and so on. What a curious plan, exclaimed Alice. It's the reason why we're they called lessons. I mean,
It's the reason that we're called lessons, the Griffin remarked.
because
Because they listen from day to day. It was in a new idea to Alice.
it was an idea to Alice, for she thought it all over and a little before she made her remark. Then the 11th day was had been a holiday. Of course it was, said the mock turtle. And how do you manage to on the 12th? Said Alice went on eagerly.
That's enough about lessons.
Said the Griffin, interrupt with a decided tone.
Tell her about the games now.
Okay, chapter 10. We are on chapter 10 now.
Okay, right. I'll see if I can try to do a different book. The mock turtle sighed deeply and drew the back of their flapper across his eyes. He looked at the Alice and tried to speak, but in a minute or two, sobs choke on his voice, same as if he, I mean, same as if he actually in the bone of his throat, said the Griffin, and it set to work to shaking him and punching him into the back. At last, the po- the mock turtle recovered from his voice and tears running down his cheek and went on again. You may actually have a little bit under the sea, much under the sea. I haven't, said Alice. Okay. Perhaps you were never introduced to a lobster. Alice began to say, I once tasted, but checked herself hastily and said, no, never. So you haven't, have no idea what a delightful thing a lobster quadrille is? No, indeed, said Alice. What sort of a dance is it?
Why, said the Griffin, you first form into a line along with the seashore.
Two lo- Two lines, cried the mock turtle. Seals, turtles, sea, salmon is so on, and then you clear all the jellyfish out of the way.
That journal takes some time, interrupted the Griffin.
You had
each of a lobster is a partner, said the griffin. Of course, said the mock turtle said. Advance twice set to the partners. Change the lobster, change lobsters, and retire in the same order, continued the griffin. Then you know, said said the turtle. The turtle went on. You throw the lobsters. The the lobsters, said the griffin, and with the bone of the into the air as far out to sea as you can. Swim after them, screamed the griffin. Turn the turn the turn it to a somersault in the sea, cried the mock turtle, peppered wildly about. Change the lobsters! Change the lobsters again, yelled the griffin, and the top of its voice. Back to the land again, and that's all the first figure, said the mock turtle suddenly, dropping his voice, and the creatures who were being jumping like mad things all this time sat down again, very sadly, poor quietly looked at Alice. I must be very. That must be a pretty dance, Alice temptedly. Would you actually like to see a little of it? Said the mock turtle. Very much indeed, said Alice. Come, let's try the first figure, said the mock turtle to the griffin. We can do it without lobsters, you. No. Shall we sing? Oh, you sing? Said the griffin. I've I've forgotten the words. Okay, so they began smoldering around the around the dancing around and around until everything now is treading to her toes. Alright. So they began smoldering around and around Alice every now and then and treading on her toes. When they passed too close, they waved their forepaws to mark the time, and while all the and the mock turtle sang this very slowly and sadly. All right, I had to sing this. Okay. Will you walk a little faster and say a white a whiting to a snail? There is a porpoise goes behind us, and he's treading on my tail. So eagerly the lobsters and the turtles all advance. They're waiting on the sledge. Single, you'll come and join the dance. Will you? Won't you? Will you? Won't you? Will you? Won't you join the dance? Will you? Won't you? Will you? Won't you? Will you? Won't you join the dance? You can really have no notion how delighted could be when you take us up to the throw us to the lobster out the sea. But but the but the snail replied, too far, too far. You gave a look at askant. Shall I mean sa- said thank the whiting kindly, but he won't join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not, could not, would not join the dance. Could not, would not, could not, would not, could not join the dance. As matter, it would go, we go in a scaling friend of plot. His scaly friend replied, there is another shore where you knew. I mean, there's another shore you know upon the other side. And further off in England, and nearing is to France. Then turn not pale, beloved snail, come on, join the dance. Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance? I had to sing that one too. Oh my god. Alright. Thank you for that. That's very interesting dance to watch, said Alice. Okay. Feeling glad at it was over at last. I do and I do also like to be that curious of a song about whiting. Oh, oh, it, it's absolutely whiting, said the mock turtle. They've ever seen. You have seen them, of course. Yes, said Alice. I often see them in a. She checked out herself hastily. I don't know where that din may be, said the mock turtle. But you seem to have been so often. Of course, you know what they are like. I believe so, Alice replied thoughtfully. They have tails in their mouths, and they are over crumbs. You were wrong about the crumbs, said the mock turtle. Crumbs would be all washed up in the sea. But but they have their tails in their mouths, and that's the reason is here the mock turtle yawned and shut his eyes. Tell her about the reason of all that, he said to the griffin. The reason is, said the griffin, that you would go to the lobsters to the dance. So you got to throw you got them thrown off the sea so they would have to fall on the long way. So they got their tails and asked for their mouths so they couldn't get them out again. That's all. Thank you, said Alice. It's very interesting. I have never knew so much about whiting before. I can tell you more than that if you like. I, said the griffin, do you know why it's.
called whiting?
I have never thought about it, said Alice. Why?
It does the boots and the shoes, said the Griffin replied,
Very sol- solemnly. Alice was truly puzzled. Does the boots and shoes um does the boots and shoes does the boots and shoes? She repeated in a wondering tone.
Why, there are shoes done with, said the Griffin. I mean, it makes them so shiny.
Alice looked at them and considered all a little before she have gave her answer. They're do- they're done with blacking, I believe.
Boots and shoes underwater.
And the griff, um, I mean in the sea. Um, the griffin went on to a deep voice.
Are you done with the whiting? Now you know. Are done with whiting. Are you now? I mean, now you know.
I mean, and what did it made of? Alice asked in a tone of great curiosity.
Swords and eels, of course,
The griffin replied.
rather impatiently. Any shrimp of could actually told you that I have been whiting.
I mean, if I had been whiting, Alice said Alice, those thoughts were running onto the song, and I have said to the porpoise, keep back, please, and I don't want you with us. They were bulgy. They were obliged to have him with them, said the mock turtle. No fish wise to go anywhere without porpoise. Wouldn't it really? Alice said in a tone of great surprise. Of course not, said the mock turtle. Why, a fish came to the sea and with me was just a journey, I should say, with a purpose. Porpoise. Don't you mean purpose? Said Alice.
What I mean, what I say.
Said mock the mock turtle replied in an offended tone. Yeah, and the griffin added,
Come, let's hear for your adventures.
I I could tell you my adventures beginning from this morning. I mean, wait, that's Alice. I could tell you my adventures beginning with this morning, Alice said with a little tempty, but it's not used to going back to yesterday because, but it's not used to going back to yesterday because I was a different person then. Explain it that, said the mock turtle. Oh no.
I mean, oh no, no, no. The first adventure, the adventures first, said
Griffin and in the impatient tone.
Explain, explanation. Take such a dreadful time.
So Alice began telling them her adventures with the time she saw the white rabbit, and she was nervous about it. Just first to the creatures got close to her, each one in each side opened their eyes and their mouths were very wide open. But gained courage as she went on. Her listeners were perfectly quiet until she got to the part where she was repeating "Your old father William" to to the the caterpillar, and the words were all different. And then the mock turtle drew a long breath and said, "Very curious." It's all about as curious as can be," said the griffin. It be, it all became different," said the mock turtle repeatedly, drearily. "I like to hear her try to repeat something now." "Tell her to begin." He looked at the griffin as he thought he would be kind to authority over Alice. "Stand up and retreat. 'Tis the voice of the sluggard," said said the griffin. "How the creatures on order one about and make a one." "Repeat lessons," thought Alice. "I might just as well add once." However, I got she got up she got up and began to repeat it, but her head was so full of a lobster quadrille that she hardly knew what she was saying. Words became queer indeed. "Tis, I mean, 'tis the lobster of the voice I heard in the 'tis a lobster, 'tis the voice of the lobster I heard them declare, if you have them too brown, you must I must sugar my hair." As the duck and the as its eyelids, as a duck with its eyelids, so he with his nose trims his belt with his buttons and turns in out his toes. When the sands are all dry, he's gay as a lark and will talk contemptuous tones of the shark. But when the tides rise and the sharks are around, his voice is a tremendous sound. Okay, that's different from like that's different from what I used to say when I was a child," said the griffin. "Well, I have never heard about it before."
Are you? I am not. I am not. I know. I am doing laundry today.
We'll just have to
What's
we'll,
up? It sounds like you're out. What are you? Are you still sick?
hold on. We'll continue it
Oh, okay.
when there's like a lot of silence. Okay. Here we go. Well, never heard about it before," said the mock turtle. "But before it sounds un, but it sounds like uncommon sense." Alice said nothing. She had sat there. She had sat down again with her face in her hand, in her hands, wondering if there anything would happen in a natural way again. I like. I should like to have to explain," said the mock turtle. She
She can't explain it, said the griffin hastily. Go on and take the next verse.
But what about his toes? The mock turtle persisted. Okay. Uh, how could he turn them into with his toes when you know it's the I mean, it's the position," said Alice, but she was dreadfully puzzled the the whole thing and longed to the change of subject. Go on,
Go on, and with this next verse,
said the griffin, repeated impatiently. It begins with I passed his garden. Alice did not dare to disobey, but she felt sure it would all come wrong, and she went on with a trembling voice. I passed by this I passed by this garden, and marked on one eye how the owl and the partner would share a pie, and the partner who took the crust and gravy and meat, while the took the while the owl had the dish and its shares of a treat. When when the pie was all finished, the owl was boon, and was kindly permit to pocket with a spoon, while the while the part while the panther received knife and fork and a growl, and include a banquet by. What use repeating all that stuff? Said the the turtle interrupted. You don't explain as it goes on. It's far by it's by far the most confusing I ever heard. Oh boy, I'm gonna cry again. Okay.
yes, I think we better leave off,
Said the griffin. Said and Alice was glad to do so.
Shall we do another figure of the lobster quadr? Shall we do another figure of the lobster quadrille?
The griffin went on.
Or would you like the mock turtle to sing another song?
Oh, I would. Oh, a song, please, if the mock turtle would be so kind," said Al. Alice replied so eagerly, and the griffin said in a rather offended tone,
Not accounting for tastes, sing her turtle soup. Will you, old fellow?
Okay. The mock turtle sighed deeply and began in a voice sometimes and choked and sobs and sings this. Beautiful soup, so rich and green, waiting for in the turn tureen, who such dainties not to be stewed. Uh, soup
In the evening, beautiful soup. Beautiful soup, beautiful soup. Soup in the evening, beautiful, beautiful soup. Beautiful soup, who cares for fish, game, or any other dish? Who would give such else to for to pee? It says something like that. I mean, for two penny worth, only beautiful soup. Penny word, penny word, only a beautiful soup. Beautiful soup, beautiful soup. Soup in the evening, beautiful, beautiful soup. The chorus, chorus again, chorus again, cried the griffin, and the mock turtle just began to repeat and went to cry. The trial is and just began to repeat when the cry of the trial began is heard in the distance.
The trial's beginning!
Come on, said the griffin, and taking Alice by the hand and hurried off and waiting um for these. Hurried off without waiting for the song to end. And what is the trial? Alice panted as she ran, but the griffin only answered, "Come on!" And they ran faster, while more and more faintly carried on the breeze, then followed them in a Maori carrying wood. Soup of the evening, beautiful, beautiful soup. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, chapter tw- chapter 12, chapter 11. The king and queen of hearts are seated on their throne when they arrived. Okay, with the with the crowd assembled with them, and sorts with birds and beasts, and as well as the whole pack of cards, the knave was standing before them in chains, and the soldier what um on each side to guard him, and near the king was the rabbit, and with the triumph of the one card, and a scroll to a parchment in the other. In the middle there of the court was a table, and which were the large dish of tarts upon it. They looked were very good, that it made Alice feel quite so hungry to look at them. I wish I had get the trial done, she said. She had she had on the and a hand round freshments, but there and a hand round of freshments, but there was no seemed to be no chance of this. So she began looking at everything about her and to pass away the time. Alice had no had never been in a court of justice before, but she had read about them in books. She was quite pleased with finding in a new in the name of nearly everything there. There was the judge. She said so to herself. To because of his great wig, the judge by the way was the king, and he wore his crown over his wig.
over to look at the faulty pieces of her. She want to see how she did it, and she did not look for all the comfortable, and it did look very comfortable, and he did look very comfortable, and it was certainly not becoming. And that's the jury box," said the Alice. All those 12 creatures. She obliged to say creatures. You see, because some of them were animals and there were birds. I suppose they are the jurors. Said the She said at the last word of the 3 times over to herself, being rather proud of it, and she thought, and rightly too, that a few girls of her age knew the meaning. Okay, we're almost uh we're almost actually done with half the book. We're just actually reading like the first half of this book. All of it at all. However, jurymen would have done this just as well, and the 12 jurors were actually writing and busily all slates. "What are they doing?" Alice whispered to the Griffin. They can't have anything to put. They don't have anything put down before the trial begins. "They're putting up their names," the Griffin whispered and replied, "For for fear they should forgot them before the end of the trial." "Stupid things!" Alice began to Alice in a loud, indignant voice, but she stopped herself hastily, for the White Rabbit cried out, "Silence of the court!" said said the said the and the king put on his speculates on and looks anxious around to make out who is talking. Alice could see as well as she if she would be looking over her shoulders, and that is the jurors were they're writing down stupid things on their states, and she could have made out with one of them don't know how to spell stupid. Slated. She could she could make them out that one, yeah, out down knowing how to spell stupid. Yeah, they don't actually know how to spell stupid. So wow, I guess they are. I can't say that. And that he had to ask for his neighbor to tell him a nice mother of her slates in before of the trials over through Alice. One of the jurors had a pencil and squeaked, of course. Alice did not stand, and she went on to the court and got behind him, and soon found an opportunity to take it away, and she did so quickly that the poor little juror, which was Bill, the the lizard, could not make out all what had become of it. So after hunting about it for it, it was obliged the to the to write one of the the with one finger on the rest for the rest of the day that it was for very use. It as it what Okay. Where was I? Oh, oblige. Okay. Of the rest of the day, this was of a little use, as it left no mark on the slate. Okay. This of the slate. Harold. Oh wait. Harold. Harold, said the Harold. Read the execution, said the king. On this, the white rabbit blew three blasts of the trumpet, and then unrolled the parchment roll and read as follows. Okay, it had to be the rabbit. The Queen of Hearts. The Queen of Hearts made made such made such tarts all. All on the summer day. The knave. I mean, the knave of hearts stole the tarts and took him quite away. Consider your verdict, said the king to the jury. Not yet, not yet, said the rabbit, hastily interrupted. There's a great deal to come before that. Call the first witness, said the king. And the white rabbit blew three blasts of the trumpet and came out the first witness. The first witness was the hatter. He came with a teacup and a handful of piece of bread and butter in the order.
I beg your pardon, Your Majesty.
He began.
For you, for bringing this in, I haven't quite finished my tea. And then it's still very late. I was sent for.
Okay. You're off to actually finish this. You ought to have finished, said the king. When you did begin. The hatter looked at the March Hare, who actually followed him into the court, arm in arm with the Dormouse.
14 of the March, 14th of March. I think it was.
He said. 15, said the March. 16, added the Mouse Hare. We'll write it down. We'll write that down, said the king to the jury. And the jury eagerly write down all three dates in their slates, and then add them up and reduce to the finish two sleeting, sillings and prints.
Take off.
Take off your hat, said the king to the hatter.
It isn't mine. What makes you say that?
Said the hatter. Stolen! The cat. The king exclaimed, turning to the jury, and who ecstatically made the datum of the fact.
I keep them still.
The hatter added the explanation.
I I've none of my own. I'm a hatter.
here the queen put her spec on her speculate and began staring hard at the hatter, who turned pale and frigid. "Give us evidence," said the king, and do not be nervous, or I will have you executed on the spot. This did not seem to be encouraged to the witness at all. He kept shifting over and one foot and the other, looking uneasily with the queen. And in this confusion, he bit a large piece of his tea. He bit a large piece of his teacup, and instead of his butter, bread and butter. And at this moment, Alice felt like very curious sensation in which it puzzled her a good deal, and which made all was it was good. It was beginning to grow. I mean, felt a curious sensation, and which puzzled her a good deal. She made what it was. She was beginning to grow larger, and thought she had would give to leave the court, but in second thoughts, she decided to remain where she was because there was room for her. Okay,
I wish I wouldn't sneeze through.
said the dormouse.
I was sitting next to her. I can hardly breathe.
"I can't help it," said Alice very meekly. "I'm growing."
You have no right to grieve.
said the mouse. Said the dormouse, that is. Don't talk nonsense," said Alice more boldly. "You know you're growing too."
Yes, but I at a reasonable pace.
The dormouse, said the dormouse, not.
Not in a ridiculous fashion.
And he got up very secretly and crossed over to the other side of the court. And all this time, the queen had never felt off staring at the hatter. And just as the dormouse crossed over to the court, she said with one of the officers of the court, "Bring me, bring me the list of the singers of the last concert." With the with the with the wretch of the hatter trembled so that he shook off both of his shoes. "Give me your evidence," said the king repeatedly, angrily, "or I will have you executed, whatever you're nervous or not." I'm a poor. "I'm a poor man, you majesty," the hatter began in a trembling voice. "And I haven't begun my tea, and not above a week or so. And what in and what with the bread and butter getting so thin, and the twinkling in the tea of the tea." "Twinkling in the tea for what? Of what?" said the king. "It began with the tea. It began with the tea," the Mad Hatter replied. Of, of course,
Twinkling begins with the letter T, said the said the king sharply. Do you take me for a dunce? Go on. I am a I'm a poor man, said the hatter went on. And most things are twinkle over all that, and only the March Hare says so. I need more tea, man. I didn't, said the March Hare, interrupted in a great hurry. You did, said the Hatter. I deny it. He denies it, said the king. Leave leave out that leave out that part.
Very well.
I mean, I mean, like, well, at any rate, the dormouse said it.
The Hatter went on, and looking anxiously, rounding to see if he would be denied it too, but the Dormouse didn't deny nothing, being fast asleep.
After that,
It continued the Hatter.
I cut more butter, more bread and butter. You look at that with the bread and butter. I am so late for tea.
Okay, but what did the Dormouse said? One of the one of the door one of the juries said.
That I can't remember.
You must remember, or I'll have you executed, said the king. The miserable Hatter dropped his teacup and bread and butter and went down on one knee.
I'm a very poor man. Your Majesty,
He began. You're a very poor speaker, said the king. Here one of the guinea pig. Here one of the guinea pigs cheered, and it wasn't immediately suppressed by the officers on, of of the court, as that is rather a hard word. I I will just explain to you how it was done. They had a large canvas bag, which tied up into the mouth of the strings until this slipped away guinea pig head first, and then sat upon it.
I'm glad I've seen. I'm glad I have seen that dog.
I mean, that's not done. That's not. I'm glad I've seen that done, said Alice. I have been so often read in newspapers and end of trials. There was so much attempt to add applause. There was some attempt at applause, which was immediately impressed by the officers in court, and I never understood what it meant until now. If that's if that's all you know about, you may stand down, uh, continued the king.
I can't go lower,
Said the Mad Hatter.
I'm on the floor as it is.
Then you may sit down, the king replied. Here are the other guinea pigs cheered for what suppress. Come, the finishes the guinea pig. That finishes the guinea pigs, thought Alice. Now we shall get on better.
I'm gonna finish my tea.
Al said the Hatter, an anxious look at the Queen, who was reading the list of singers. You may, I mean, you may go, said the King, and the Hatter hurried, left the court without even waiting for his shoes to put on the shoes, and just to head um take his head off outside.
And just how he
And just how he and just how and just take his head off outside. The Queen outs at one of the officers, but the Hatter was out of sight before the officers could get to the door. Call the next witness, said the King, and the witness was the Duchess's cook. She carried the pepper box in her hand, and Alice guessed who it was. Even before she got to the court, by the way, the people near the door began sneezing all at once. Give your evidence, said the King. Shan't, said the cook. The King looked anxiously at the rabbit, who said in a low voice, Your, your Majesty must cross-examine with this witness. Well, well, I, well, I, well, well, I must, the King said to the melancholy, said with a melancholy air, and after folding his arms and frowning at the cook till his eyes were nearly out of sight, he said in a deep voice, what tarts made of?
pepper most.
Pepper? I mean, pepper mostly.
Call that, call that dormouse.
The Queen shrieked out to
Behead the dormouse. Turn the dormouse out the court. Suppress him. Pinch him. Off with his whiskers.
oh my gosh. Ah, finger pulled. Finger, I mean, finger pulled for some minutes in the whole court was in confusion and getting the mouse turned out, and by the time they never sat down again, the cook just had disappeared. Never mind, said the King with an air of great relief. Call the next witness. And he added in an undertone with the Queen, really, my dear, you must cross-examine with the next witness. It quite makes more. It quite makes my forehead ache. Alice watched the white rabbit as he fumbled out over to the list, very feeling very curious to see what the next witness would be like.
That's the way to say it. Yep. Robotic.
I'm just trying to make sure that everything's fall down. Calm down. For they haven't got any evidence yet. She liked to said for herself. Imagine her surprise when the white rabbit came out at the top of his shrill voice. The name Alice.
Okay.
The name Alice.
Okay. And you act like I'm gonna say something. Whenever you tell me this, I'm like, okay. And then I don't say anything. And then you
All
say
right.
something. You're like, I said.
This is the final chapter for the first part of the
Oh,
book.
thanks.
Here, cried Alice, quite forgetting. Um, this is actually I'm gonna do looking through the looking glass at a different day. So, right here, cried Alice, quite forgetting to the flurry of the moment that the large of how large if she gotten through the last few minutes, and
Yeah.
she jumped into such a hurry that she tripped over to the jury box and edged to the skirt, upsetting all the jurymen on the heads of the crowd below, and there
Yeah. Yeah.
they lay sprawling down to remaining for her very much glow into the goldfish. She accidentally upset the week before. She had accidentally upset the week before.
Okay.
I beg your pardon, she exclaimed in the tone of dismay. It began it began picking up again as quickly as she could be, for the accident of the goldfish kept
Yeah.
running into her head as she verged had a vague sort of idea for must be the collected at once be back into the jury for what for they would die. Trial can't be proceeded, said the king in a very grave voice, until the jurymen were back to their proper places. All, and repeated with a great emphasis, looking hard at Alice as he said so. Alice looked at the jury box and saw that her haste and put and had put the lizard down head to, down and head downwards, and the poor little thing was waving its tail for in a macro in a matrilineal way, Mel- being quite unable to move. She soon got into out again and put it right, but not it signifies much. She said to herself, I should think of what could be as much as it in the trial one way as the other. As much as the jury had to recover from the shock of being upset, and their slates of pictures had been found and handed back to them, they set to work individually to write
a history of the accident, all except for the lizard, who seemed too much over to do anything but sit for its mouth open, gazing up to the roof of the court. What do you know about this business? said the king said to Alice. Nothing, said Alice. Nothing, nothing whatever, persisted the king. Nothing whatever. Nothing whatever, said Alice. That's very important, said the said the said the king, turning to the jury, and they were just beginning to write this down to their ship, to their slates, and when the white rabbit interrupted, unimportant, your majesty, means of course, he says in a very respectful tone, and frowning and making faces to him as he spoke. Unimportant, unimportant. Of course I meant, said the king, hastily said, and went on to himself in undertone. Important, unimportant. I mean, important, unimportant, unimportant, important, important, unimportant, unimportant, important. As if he were trying to, as if he were trying which one sounds best. Okay. All right. I got 3 pages left for this. For the first half of the book, and I'll read the second half for the other book sometime later. Some of the jury wrote down important, so unimportant, and unimportant. Alice could see this, as she was near enough to look over to the slates, but doesn't matter a bit, she thought herself. But as the moment that the king, who had been for some time busily writing on his notebook, called out silence and read from his book, rule I mean, Rule 34, all persons more than a mile high must leave the court in a must have to leave the court. Everyone looked at Alice. I'm not a mile high, said Alice. You are, said the king.
Nearly 2 miles high,
said the queen. Well, we shan't go. Well, I shall can't go at any rate, said Alice. Besides, that's not a regular rule you invented just now. It's the oldest trick in the it's it's the oldest rule in the book. In the said the king. Then then it ought to be number 1, said Alice. The king turned pale and turned his notebook hastily. Consider your verdict, said he said to the jury into a low, trembling voice. There are there are no there are there are more evidence for coming yet. Please, your majesty, said the white rabbit, and he jumped up with a great hurry. This this paper has just been picked up.
what is it?
Said the queen. I haven't got. I haven't got. I haven't opened it yet," said the white rabbit. But it seems that to be a letter written by the prisoner to some. I mean, but it seems to be a letter from written by the prisoner to somebody. It must have. I mean, it must have been that," said the king, "unless it was written by nobody, which was usually know who. You know who is who is the direct to," said one of the jurymen. This is this isn't this isn't direct at all," said the white rabbit. In a in in fact, there aren't written. There's nothing written on outside. In fact, there's nothing written on the outside. He unfolded the paper and as he spoke and added, "It isn't a letter after all. It's just a set of verses." Are you Are they in the prisoner's handwriting?" asked the other of the jurymen. "No, they aren't," said the white rabbit. That's the queerest thing about it." The query the jury looked puzzled. He must be he must have a timid he must have an immediate he must have an immediate he must Im- imitated someone else hand, said said the said the king. The jury all brightened up again. Okay, I'll try to do the knave's voice. "Please, your majesty," said the knave, "I didn't write it. I and I can't prove I did. There's no name signed at the end." "If you didn't sign it," said the king, the only the only makes the matters worse. You must have meant one mischief, or else you have signed for your name like an honest man." There was a general clapping of hands of this at this. It was the first too clever thing that the king had said that day. That proves
That proves his guilt, of course,
said the queen.
so off with.
"It doesn't prove anything of sort," said Alice. "Why do you even know what they're about?" "Read them," said the king, and the rabbit put on his speculates. "There shall be Where shall I begin, your majesty?" said he asked.
Begin at the beginning.
said the king said with a gravely, and go on. "And go on. You come to the end, then stop." There was dead silence in the court, whilst to whilst to the white rabbit read out these verses. Okay, I had to say it like the rabbit. There, they told they told me they told me to actually been her, and they told me you had been her, and then and you mentioned me to him. I gave my good character, but I see
I could not swim. He said he said them the word I had not gone. We know it would be true. If I should if she should be pushed if she should push the matter on, what would become of you? I gave her one, they gave me they gave her two. Him two. You gave us three or more. They all returned from him to you, though they are were mine before. If I or she should change, I mean, should chance to be involved with this affair, he trusts to you and set them free, exactly as they were. My my notions was that you had been before she had this fit. And obfuscate it, that came in him or ourselves with it. Don't let him blow. No, don't let him know she liked him best. Them best. For this is wherever he be. A secret kept him all the rest between herself and me. Okay, yeah. So don't let him know she liked them best, for this must be a secret kept from all the rest between yourself and me. Yeah. Well, that's very important piece said of the evidence we've heard, said the king, rubbing his eyes so let the jury, if the if anyone can make them explain it, if if anyone could make them explain it, said Alice. She exclaimed. She had grown as large as a few minutes, and she wasn't a bit afraid to for interrupting him. I'll give him sixpence. I don't believe there was a tome of meaning of it. The jury all wrote down all in their slates. She doesn't believe there's a tome for meaning of it, but none of them attempt to explain the paper. If there was no one meaning in it, the king said. If there was no meaning of the meaning of it, said the king, then that word, I mean, that saves the world of trouble. You know, as we need try to keep find anyway, and yet I don't know. He went on spreading out on the reverse of his knee and looking at them one eye. I seemed to see the meaning in him. After all, I mean, in the meaning of him. After all, said I got not said I could not swim. You cannot. You can't swim, can you? He added, turning to the knave. The knave took. The knave shook his head sadly. Do I do I look like it? He said, which certainly did not, being made entirely of cardboard. All right, so far said the king. He went on muttering over to himself. I mean, muttering over the verse to himself. We know it.
would be true that the jury is all, of course, if should be, I mean, if she should be pushed in the matter on, that must be the queen. We would become you. What indeed? I gave her one. They gave him two, and why must they be the did? I mean, why must he did with the tarts? You know, but those are not. But it goes on. They return to him too. They return from him to you. Alice, um, said Alice. Where are? Well, why are they? Where? Why they are? I mean, said the king triumphantly, pointing the. I mean, pointing the tarts on the table. Nothing on to be clear to than that. Then again, before she had this fit, we never had fits, my dear. I think nothing can be clearer than that. Then again, before she had this fit, even it had fits, my dear. I think he said to the queen. Never, said the said to the said to the queen furiously, throwing in ink side of the lizard. She spoke. Unfor- that the unfortunate little Bill had no felt of writing on his slate with the finger, and as he found it no mark, he had not hastily beginning use of the ink, and that was trickling down his face as long as it lasted. Then the words didn't fit. Then the words didn't fit you. Then the words don't fit you," said the king, looking down round. I mean, round the court with a smile. There was a dead silence. I mean, looking down in this, looking around the court with a smile. There was a dead silence. It's a pawn, said the king with an angry tone, and everyone laughed. uh, okay, let the let the let the jury consider their verdict. The king said with about the 20th time at the day. No, no, said the queen. Sentence first, verdict afterwards. Stuff and nonsense, said Alice. The idea of having a sentence first? Hold your tongue, said the queen, turning purple. Okay. I won't, said Alice. Off with her head! Off with her head! The queen shouted at the top of her voice. Nobody moved. Who cares? Oh, who cares for you? Said Alice. She grew grown as full size and and you're nothing but a pack of cards. At this point, whole pack rose up into the air and came flying down upon her. She gave a little scream and half of the fright and half of anger. and tried to beat them off, and found herself lying into the bank with her head lapped on of her sister, who was gently brushing away some dead leaves and had fluttered down to the trees upon her face. Wake up, Alice! I mean, wake up, Alice! Said her sister. Why are you long sleep? Have you had? Oh, I I had such a curious dream, said Alice, and she told her sister as well as she could remember did. And all these things, these these strange adventures that he has had just been reading about, and she has finished her. She kissed her sister and said, "It was a curious dream, certainly, but now run into your tea. It's getting late." So Alice got up and ran off, and thinking, while run as well she might. A wonderful dream it had, but her sister sat still, and just as she left her, leaning all her head onto head, watching and setting as the setting sun, and making of the little Alice and her adventures and her wonderful adventures, she began dreaming of a fashion, and this was the dream was and first she dreamed she and first she dreamed all of Alice herself, and watched the tiny hands and claps upon her knee, and the bright um, eager eyes were looking up on hers, and could hear her very tones of her voice, and sees the queer all toss in her head to keep back and wondering the wandering head that would always get to her eyes, and still as she listened, or seemed to listen, the whole place around her became alive with the strange creatures of her little sister's dreams. The long grass rustles out her feet as the white rabbit hurried to by the frightening mouse splashes his way through the neighboring pool. She could hear the rattle of the teacups of the March Hare and his friend shared with the never-ending meal, with the shrill voice of the queen ordering off the unfortunate guests of execution. Once for a pig, the pig baby was sneezing on the Duchess's knees, and while plates and dishes crashed around it. Once more, the shriek of the griffin and squeaking of the lizard's slate pencil, and the choking of the surpassive guinea pigs filled the air, mixed up with the distance of sob of the miserable mock turtle. So, so she sat on, which those eyes, and have believed herself in Wonderland. Through and she knew that she had but to open them again, and all would change in a dull reality. The grass would be only rustling in the world, in the wind, and the pool rippling to the wave of the reeds, and the rattling cups would change to trickling sheep, sheep bells, and the And the queen's shrill cries to the voice of the shepherd boy, and sneeze of the baby, and shriek of the griffin, and all the other queer noises would change, she knew, to be confused to the glamour of the busy farmyard, with lowering of the cattle in the distance would be the take of the place of the mock turtle's heavy sobs. Lastly, she said to she pictured herself how it's the same with little sister of hers would, and after that time she would herself be a grown woman, and how she would keep through with her her years, and the simple of love heart of her childhood, and how she would gather about her other children and make her eyes bright and eager with the many and strange tale, perhaps even with the dream of Wonderland of long ago, of how she would feel with all her simple sorrows and find a pleasure in the simple joys, remembering her own child life and the happy summer days. Okay, that's the first half of the book. So we're gonna actually gonna try to do through the looking glass like later though, like sometime like this week though. Yeah, this is just the first book that I just read. Oh my gosh. All right. I hope you all have a good day, and I'll be seeing you on the next stream. Peace. This is Gog Sauce 227 over and out, and thank you for listening along.